At night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah. I think that we've all had enough. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, it's too late to try to go contain it. A generation fueled by creation. We live lives on a small screen nation. We control the airwaves, no negotiation. I refuse to think we need saving. Something good will come from creation. And when we think that the world is too anxious, we'll adapt, evolve, survive and save it. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong.
Nobody is coming to save you. Get up. Be your own hero.
All right. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind. Got a couple of guests back here behind me, behind the stage. Excuse me, just took a massive bong hit. We got an old friend coming up on stage right now. He's a friend and he's old. I want you all to welcome. Wait a minute. Here we go. Mr. Ironson Auditor.
You may be seated. Thank you.
You may be
seated.
How
are you doing, man?
Doing fucking great. Doing great here. We got somebody else back here too. Look, we got
hot dog.
Mr. Kevin Steve here a maintenance technician from Oregon.
Hello. How's it going? Thanks for the applause.
Oh, is Nick here? Hold on. Somebody said Nick made it.
No, I said it sounds like that was for Nick. That last little thing you were playing earlier.
Oh yeah, that's his. He started when he go running his face. He just get carrying on, and I just.
That's Nick. That's Nick's fucking face. That's his face plant right there. I love it.
That's his explanation of gravity.
That's his explanation of everything, because it's all just a big circle jerk and just so waste of time for all of us.
Oh my God. Yeah. Well, it was, you have to admit it was entertaining, and that's great material, because I tell you what, he just continues to make that side look so good.
Well, but the thing about it is, though, Dave, it's like, man, he's attacking you, and I don't like, you notice how he just immediately just like turned on me like a viper. You know what I mean? because I come stepping in, and I got your back. I don't give a crap,
Right.
And it's like he just keeps going and just on, and then he starts attacking me and going all gay. I don't understand any of that aspect.
I look at it's like water off of a duck for me. I'm just like, are you kidding me? This is the best you got there, Nick. Come on, man.
I mean, that's what I was saying. It was like, you got to be kidding me. What a waste of skin.
Yeah. Well, I have to wonder. I think he seems like the type that has spent a lifetime trying to impress people, and he comes off as arrogant and condescending.
Self-fulfilling, self-gratifying, self, me, all me.
Yeah.
Let's put everybody down around him because he can't stand on his own 2 feet.
That's possibly it. I mean, it's too bad he can't. If he could actually intellectually grow up, you know what I mean? Have a higher mental maturity.
Right. So if he had another 20 years to grow up, maybe he might be capable of communicating with us in a level plane.
Well, I have to wonder on this too, and I don't like to speculate too much, but it's been more than a few times that Nick shows up with a snoot full. And I wonder how long he's been imbibing alcohol, because and my guess would be this stretches back to his teenage years. And
probably.
consequently, that is something that will stunt the mental maturity level of someone.
You're damn right it will. I am absolute. I stand behind that 100% because I watched my son go through it, and he just quit growing.
Yeah, you stay in that sophomoric mindset.
Yep, that's it. Yeah, that's it. That's so, and that's very hard to watch as a parent because, my children are both. I got 2 boys. I've got 1 boy. Well, actually, both of my boys have actually came out of their little stupor and got over their teenagerisms and actually grew up. They both got jobs. They both have, take care of their own households. My oldest boy gave me 2 grandbabies. I just had recently had a grandson. And I've got a 2-year-old grandbaby girl, and that was my first grandbaby. So, I mean, I got reasons to live. You know what I mean? It's one of those situations where I watched them all go through hell. I watched them get DUIs, I go party and getting in trouble. My youngest boy went to prison for 3 years. And it was horrible because he couldn't. It was either spend $20,000 to hire a lawyer to get off of it, or go to jail for 3 years. And my son just bit the bullet and he said, "You know what? It ain't that bad. I can do this for 26 months or whatever."
Jeez.
It's sad that when you're young, you don't have enough sense to listen to those around you, the older gentlemen, the older men that are trying to tell you that you're being silly. And you don't realize until you reach about their age and you look back and realize you probably should have listened. Well,
I'm here to tell you, man, if I didn't have any control over it, he wasn't living with me at the time, et cetera, et cetera. I'm a displaced dad, just like all the rest of us. But it's one of those situations where, without going into the politics, I'm just here to tell you, if he would have been my kid, I would have been his lawyer. I don't give a crap. I would have studied. I would have done. I would have done whatever I could. But he signed the plea before I even knew about it. And that's what they do. The public pretenders are literally having lunch with the prosecuting attorneys.
Kevin, do you know why sharks do not bite attorneys? It's a professional.
They don't have any blood.
It's a professional courtessy.
Professional courtesy.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, and that's a shitty thing that that a young child, and my son was, he's very bright, he's very smart, but it changed him. It just, he wasn't the same outgoing, bright, fun-loving, partying kid anymore. He's a totally introvert. He's into AA, and which is good. That's to everybody his own. But that jail, that just that manipulated his freedom, and I'm really upset about that.
Yeah, it's gonna change a person. It's not a, but I don't know. It's not much different than public school, really.
Yeah, it's about the same thing. Yeah,
It's exactly the same thing.
yeah. Well, my son luckily never spent that much time in public school. He skipped the most of the time, so he didn't get really indoctrinated that well, you know.
Got
Oh
to be
my,
present to get it.
Right. Well, I mean, you could laugh about it, but you know, it's only I can only laugh of it because I know the paradigm. I know the bullshit. I know
right.
what I know that 98% of the shit that they're pumping across those desks aren't
Right.
meaningful, worth of shit. Just like Nick, Mr. Professor, whatever. That dude is a dumbass. I would not want him anywhere close to my children. I don't give a shit.
Well, it seems to me that the school system, rather than taking that time when you can learn anything very quickly, they fill it with a bunch of memorization and tell you what to think so that you never actually learn how to think. It
Right.
seems that, at
Exactly.
least in my generation, I'm 49, and it seems that I was taught where to find the correct answer, right? Always
Yep.
taught how to research and find the information that I needed.
Yep.
So, you know,
I got your back on that, and I mean, I give you 100% on that because that's something I did when I was a kid. I didn't have a bunch of parents or adults or something. I was able to just run loose on 9 acres of land, and I lived 22 miles outside of the closest town, and I just did what I did. I had built forts and played Indians and cowboys and did that kind of thing, but I'm here to tell you. I mean, I learned a lot more being in the real world than I was playing the games of the downtown folks,
yeah, well, I guess it depends on your perspective of the world. It seems as if, I don't know, it seems as if society as a whole somehow that, and maybe it's just the illusion of that. But
Right.
we were talking in the chat earlier, somebody said something about common sense, and I said, no, you have to call it uncommon sense now because common people don't have any.
That's true. That's so true. I mean, that is so true. People don't even have, common denominators, things that you learn on a thank you, open doors for women, whatever, just the common graces that most people understand, like don't interrupt somebody when they're friggin' talking. If you could help it, don't do it on purpose anyway, like Nick does. But anyway, that kind of situation, just the dumb, basic, the golden rule shit. Nobody has a clue in this new generation, the X generation or whatever it is.
No, wait a minute. Sovereign told me the golden rule was he who had the gold made all
He
the
who has
rules.
the
I
gold
learned that
makes the
here.
rules.
Yeah, but the bad thing is, the bad part about that is that everybody that's got the gold is anal and they want to do weird shit and rape children and do dumb things.
Yeah, they're crazy. Yeah, the
Yeah.
crazy people have the gold. But there's something about that, about gold that it does something to people. They used to call it gold fever.
Yeah. That was back in
Mines
the
out
gold
and
rush
shit.
days. Yeah.
Let me see if they let's see, audit of Fort Knox. I'm trying to see if I can find a picture from the audit of Fort Knox. I think there was a photograph from when they did this. And these people are standing around looking at these gold bars and they look fucking crazy. They all have this just weird look on their face. Damn it, I can't find it. I'm looking in images on the search engine here. Do I have that blowed up or something? I might. Oh, that's probably what I got going on. That's why I can't see nothing. There. Oh, that's much better. Now I can see everything on the page. I had it plussed up so that when I was sharing it before, I was wondering why I couldn't see hardly anything on the screen. No, but they were standing there. I think the last time they did that was like 1971 or 1972. Let me see. Audit of Fort Knox. Let's see if I can give a date. August 1969. Is that right?
67, I thought. The 67 was when
Oh,
they
no,
finally cut loose.
I remember it was a color photograph. Let me. I wonder what I look under. Well, anyway, you get the idea. Anyway, the thing what I was trying to put out there is that
It's
these
empty.
people
It's
had
empty.
this,
That's what you're trying to say.
but they only saw like one storage room out of all of Fort Knox, and it was like, okay, that's good enough for us. But this photograph for the newspaper of all these, they were prominent people, some senators, some representatives, that kind of thing. And they're standing there in front of this gold, but they all have this like wide-eyed stare on their face, like they're just fucking manic or something. I don't know. And I think there's a strange thing that comes about to people when they get around large amounts of gold, and so maybe that's that, but also the inbreeding doesn't help any. I can tell you that,
Yeah.
You've
Hello.
been
That's a big deal.
you've been continuously fondled by Uncle Dad. It's just like, and that's okay in those groups. See, everybody wants to make fun. Oh, those hillbillies, they have kids with their cousins and their brothers and their sisters and shit. And it's like, wait a minute,
Yeah.
these
I
people,
mean, you can
these
kind of foresee.
the
You
people
kind
that
of
we let run shit, the people that we let run shit or let run, I don't know, the people that are running shit, that's all they do. I mean, supposedly one of the best presidents, but he was a fucking piece of shit communist, FDR. He was married to his own cousin. And I'm even skeptical as to whether she was a she or not, man. Any
Yeah,
of
no
these
doubt. Just
ladies.
like Obama.
Or somebody, what was it? Was that my son sent me that today? From Jackie Kennedy, looking kind of masculine. Let me see. What was that? Was that him that sent that to me yesterday?
Well, Hillary Clinton looked masculine. If she cut her hair short, she was playing the game.
Oh my God, yeah. Listen, the first time I ever saw that woman, the very first time I ever saw her, uh, it was on TV during the primaries when Bill Clinton was first running for president, and that camera panned to her, and they said, "Oh, and this is the first lady of Arkansas, Hillary Clinton." And I don't know what it was, but it was just like this. My spine tingled, the hair stood up on the back of my neck, and I was like, "Oh, something not right about that broad." Not at all. And I couldn't put my finger on it. I
You
could
know,
not
that's,
put my finger on it.
I tell you what, that's the funny thing about that is because for the longest time, everybody was thinking that Elon was all this, and everybody's thinking that Trump's all that, And I don't know. As of late, I cannot for the life of me conscionably look at him and listen to what he's saying when he's saying he's going to Mars. Like I said, I sent him that tweet. Of course, I didn't hear anything back, and I never will. But he just unfolded his zipper, if you understand what I mean.
Yeah. Um, yeah, listen, nobody's going to Mars. Okay, Mars is not a place. That's unless there's somewhere here on Earth that they've named Mars, and they have. There is a place in the desert called Mars. I can show
No, of
you.
course, yeah. That's where they film the scenes.
I'm not kidding you. There is. It's on Google Earth. You can look at.
Oh no.
I've got it bookmarked.
There's also a moon out in the desert. Also,
Yes.
and I've seen them. They're just right outside of Area 51, as a matter of fact.
Yep.
So
So
yeah,
this is not, these people thinking that Mars is some kind of a ball of terra firma, or even to think that any of these lights in the sky are balls of terra firma is ridiculous.
well, my whole take on it all. There might be a Mars. There might be something outside the firmament, but I don't give a shit who you are. There ain't no way, unless you die, you're going through that firmament, and by that time, you had better have your shit together. Because if you're not right with the man that's running that firmament, or that the Holy Spirit that's running the people to getting up to heaven, you ain't gonna go there.
Well, it's its own source of light. We see it in the sky. You look up in the night sky, you can see it with your naked eye. There's this red star. That's Mars. All right. So it's obviously a star that doesn't remain in a fixed position, but it does emanate light the same way as the rest of these celestial objects do.
Yeah,
And
well,
we,
it moves around just like the dark moon, like they've seen 3 or 4 other entities out there that are dark, that are making different shades on the sun or on the eclipses. It's kind
well,
of weird.
even think about this. How in the world, what reflective properties does a dusty red ball have that would allow it to reflect light in such a manner that it would appear like a star in the sky?
Water, I mean, that's water or metal or
But
aluminum. I don't know.
but even
What do
think
they have to
about
have?
but just think
It would
about the
have to
distance.
reflect a lot of light, wouldn't it, to look like a star versus a rock that would reflect light? I mean, the difference in
Yeah,
the light should be tremendous, I would think.
it would. It absolutely would, which brings me to wonder how efficient these solar panels on these things that they supposedly have, these little remote controlled dune buggies up there, and they supposedly never get any dirty, or at least somebody
Well,
dusts them off from time to time, and they're getting enough solar energy to operate that thing and transmit a signal back and receive a signal from Earth to control it and all this other nonsense.
I
yeah,
want
well,
one
what
of their
about
remote controls. Man, I can't get the one for the TV to work here. They obviously have a good one. They managing the lag and everything. I want one like
yeah,
that.
there's no time delay or nothing. That's amazing.
Yeah, well, there'd have to be. Yeah, there's a
Yeah,
time delay. But think about how you
they,
got to work that.
whoever it is that would control that rover would always have to work with a lag. They would always have to anticipate that lag in order to, for timing. I mean, and what a remote, because I guess it works.
Supposedly,
Infrared, pretty amazing stuff. Infrared's pretty awesome. I mean, it does a lot of things in our world that we don't know about, even think about, actually. The
like
infrared
debunk
spectrum is
curvature.
deep.
We've
Yeah.
used infrared to debunk curvature as well, because you can get beyond the
Yep.
atmospheric opacity of
Yep.
things and zoom in with infrared and see objects incredibly far away that you should not be able to see, that should be behind hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of feet of curvature. I did a
Yeah, that's
demonstration at that hotel at the
you
curved staircase. I had my wife go up and walk up the staircase, and when she disappeared around the curve, I zoomed in on the curve. And no matter how much I zoomed in, I never could bring her back into view. But these objects
well,
here on the earth that they say went over the curve, how come I can zoom in and pick them up again? Am I looking over a curve around a bend?
I mean, I know that we're not tin plate flat.
No.
Obviously, we're not tin plate flat. It's rolling. Who knows? It could be undulating. I don't know what kind of real base texture. Because I mean, it says, if you read the shamanic texts or whatever, it tells you about how 4 pillars. The Earth is sitting on 4 pillars, which ascends to a flat Earth. Period. There is no round. You don't put 4 pillars around a globe. It just doesn't happen.
Well, Kevin, the best way to get around that, where they say, well, it's not flat, we have hills and valleys and this, that, and the other. It's okay. The Earth is a stationary, level topographical plane contained within a dynamic fluid pressure system.
Yep, I love that.
There it
I
is.
love that.
What's under it? I don't fucking know. How would I
know.
know that? How would anybody know that?
Right.
Right?
Well, I mean, and it doesn't necessarily have to be round. Even even if it's on the flat plane, that flat plane doesn't even have to be round. It could be oblique. It could be obtuse. I mean, it could be whatever. It doesn't have to be necessarily a circle.
Mhm.
You know what I mean?
Right.
It
I think
theoretically could take any shape, couldn't it?
Well, quite honestly, it could. I mean, it could be any shape, which would give us the distance and our linear sight when the sun disappears. It could be, we could be a longer or like elongated, but look like a like the cigar or something of that nature. Like a pill.
I wonder what the mathematics are on that one.
Well, I mean, I don't know. It's just the way that the sun and the moon go around us. You know what I'm saying? It could very well be something like that. And we could be triangular shaped with radius corners. But still radius and round. You know what I mean?
I like the thing that's where it says in the Bible about it being like a clay, like stamped, like a seal,
Right.
where the part that is um habitable where we are, is does appear to be kind of circular in nature, just given the path of the sun and the moon and the other celestial things. They go in a circle. But out beyond that, there could be more. There could be like the upturned edges or whatever else. I don't know. I've not ever been there, but I like that description.
The theory that I like. The theory that I like is the one where the sun and the moon are hanging from a string from Polaris, and they're spinning around around off of a string through center, which gives the ellipse and the elliptical and all that shit together. And I think they play off of each other. The moon and the sun, of course, they're feeding each other magnetically.
Yeah, one seems to be a negative, and the other seems to be a positive.
Right.
And
so we're all
everything's
big
electrical in
grid.
nature. What's
just
that?
a big electrical grid. The Earth, us, everything in it. We're just part of a giant electrical grid, kind of.
Yeah, like a grid. Yeah.
Everything's
Well,
electric.
just like you see the fake gravity, what they explain gravity being, in a big swollen, like a mattress kind of thing with the bowling ball thing. I mean, it could theoretically be that way, right?
No. that thing I can remember. Oh,
Can't
man.
you just say the word theoretically in front of anything and make it possible?
Well, I remember them showing that shit on something, and they had, oh my God, Isaac Asimov. It was some kind of thing my dad and I were watching. My dad was really into it and everything, and I was trying to understand what the fuck they were talking about. And I says, what in the world are they doing with that? And he says, well, that shows that how the gravity works of it. And I says, yeah, but the space isn't a sheet of fabric, right? Isn't it like three-dimensional? It's not a fucking, the sun's not a bowling ball.
It's like a bed sheet, right? It's like a bed sheet.
But I can use that same type of a diagram to illustrate, and this is what people, they don't take this into consideration until you kind of put it this way. So imagine a race car, okay, on a perfectly circular track, and the entire track is on an incline. Right. So if the car were to stop, it would fall on in toward the middle of the fucking circle. Right.
Right.
So he continuously goes around at a speed that's going to keep him on the track and from falling down into the center. We're going to call that center the gravity of the sun. And we're going to have that race car is going to be the earth. Right. So it's constantly got to be accelerating in order to maintain that around the track. Okay. So now then we're going to get Terry on a motorcycle. And while that race car is speeding around that track, Terry's going to have to drive that motorcycle in circles around that car as it travels around the track.
I have very short legs, don't you?
But consider what's going to have to occur with that motorcycle. Given that incline being the gravity of the sun, right? And he's going to have to try to do these circles around that car while it's going around that inside of the track, which is trying to pull everything in toward it. Do you understand the different speed adjustments that are going to have to take place continuously?
Would the mass of the car help pull my trajectory along? I mean, isn't that how it works? I guess it's like supposed to be a kind of a song and dance between the earth and the sun's gravity of having that perfect mixture of pull and
there's as much there would be
right, or
well that there would be as much evidence of that as there is of chariots of unicorns pulling on it. You know, I mean,
Well, I believe that. I mean, the luminary, the moon, though, they've seen so many pictures of the moon that it's transparent, you know.
it does
So
seem
that's the thing that's the part that's the part that you have stated about, you know, that they're just projections on the firmament and just a reflection of the projection of the firmament, you know, and that's why they can see through it during the eclipses and stuff. And that's kind of that's kind of a different aspect ratio on this whole outlook.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, there's even the idea that everything is projected from the North Pole.
Right.
And really, if you kind of think about it, if you've ever been in a planetarium, where's the projector?
Yeah.
Right dead nuts in the center.
Yeah.
Right dead nuts in the center of the planetarium. So if you were to think of that planetarium as the Earth system itself, of course, the seating and all that, the floor being the Earth and the dome being our firmament, right. Everything projected right there from the North Pole.
Well, could it really be like maybe the moon is inside projected and the sun could be outside the firmament being so hot or whatever, and the firmament being our protection from the sun? Could that be like
maybe that heat from the sun is dependent on a certain distance from it, kind of like when you use a magnifying glass and you're going to start a
burning
fire,
ants?
right?
Yeah, burning ants. Yeah.
Okay, so it takes a certain distance, right?
Right.
Where that heat actually starts to be effective, right?
Or accumulates.
And
it accumulates. Yeah.
Right. And we know that here on Earth, of course, we've got less air molecules, but it doesn't really account for the drastic change in temperature as you rise in elevation.
Sure.
You see what I'm saying? So
yeah, I do. I totally do.
So I
and
think
that's why some days,
and then you go, and then it's the opposite of what it should be, because then when you go to Death Valley and you go down to the lowest point below sea level, I think it's 280 feet below sea level, and it's also the hottest place on Earth. I mean, the coldest day of the year in the United States, it's still in the high 70s or 80s in there.
Yeah.
It doesn't make any sense. Meanwhile, people are getting frostbite, you know, going up to Mount Whitney.
Right. Well, you know, and that kind of leads into another aspect of that whole sun being, you know, changing its trajectory around the firmament itself. That changes the magnetic source is going to change with the elliptical, right?
Well, supposedly.
Yeah.
How about this for an outside the box theory, or an outside the firmament theory, maybe? How about the light sources out there and what we see as a lensing effect, seeing dimly what little bit we can see because of that firmament? Sun, moon, stars would be like different lenses, different holes, I guess. I don't know. It's a craziness of a hillbilly.
That's good though. That's good though. I mean, I ain't no scientist. I ain't got no degrees. I'm a wrench bender. You know, I fix shit. That's all I do. So when I think about how things work, I look at things mechanically. I don't really. I have a hard time with this whole planetary gravity. Or well, I don't even like the gravity word, but I mean the things, you know, working around in circles off of each other or whatever, which everything does somehow. I don't know how it happens. I mean, I don't know, but I mean that's a logical idea though.
Well, it's mechanical in nature. Like you, I'm a fix-it guy. It's what I do, things that are broke. And I was just trying to think of an opposite, you know, just a different way.
Yeah.
People always thinking, you know, if indeed we are under a firmament, there's a creator out there beyond that, and it is as bright as the Bible and other books explain that must be. It was just a thought.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
Mechanical dome, you know, mechanical firmament, what you know, whatever terms that you might give it.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know what powers it, you know.
No, I mean that's the thing, and it's okay to say, you know, I don't know, because I get that all the time. This is the dumbest shit right here. This type of logic right here. They'll, like, for instance, when it comes to the sun, right? They say, well, I tell them, they say, well, the sun is a burning ball or a ball of hydrogen in space that is undergoing nuclear fusion, right?
Doesn't work in a vacuum.
Yeah, right. So you ask them, you get them through that, and they say, well, what is it then? I don't know, but it's not that, right?
Yeah.
And they go,
Well, we know
if you don't know what it is, then it has to be that. That would be like somebody coming up and saying, hey, I just found these papers in my parents' thing, and it said that I'm adopted. And so they weren't really my real parents. And they ask you, well, who are your real parents? And you say, well, I don't know. And they say, well, then that means that those are your parents. And it's like, no, we have adoption papers here. You just stop. But that's the kind of logic that they're using with that.
Well,
if you can't tell me what it is, then it is what I say. You see?
And it's not that they're not parental to you and that they are filling the void of your real sovereign parents, your real blood parents, and you're not saying anything about that. You're not denying that at the same time. They could be your parents, but that's a catch-22 right there. And that's the bullshit that they like to lay on.
Right. Now, that was interesting what you just said a few minutes ago, too. And a lot of people say that. They say, I'm not a scientist. Well, when you are engaged in the scientific process and you are employing that, yes, you are a scientist.
Yeah. Okay? And you're right, just like me in diagnosing something that's wrong at work. When a machine goes down, I got to figure out what's wrong with it. So I do a scientific process. I start at the top of the logic chain and go down.
There you go. And so this has been turned into mean is that what you're employed as in some field of theories or some other shit. No, it doesn't mean that at all. Okay. Mm-hmm. When you ride a bicycle, you are a bicyclist, right? Does that mean that that's what you do for a living? Does that mean that you're a professional bicyclist?
Well, wait a minute now. It does, because that's how I get back and forth to work. I used to ride 27 miles a day just one way to get to work every day.
Oh, fuck that.
And I had an electric bike. But it's real. I literally rode my bike.
Holy cow, man. That's a long way.
Yeah. Yep.
But you understand where I'm going with this, right?
Oh, yeah, I do.
It's like when you are at the lake with a fishing rod, you are at that point a fisherman, right? Yeah. But that doesn't mean that you do that. You go out on fishing boats and that's your daily thing and that's what you do for a living. No, but you are engaged in the act of fishing and thereby makes you a fisherman at that period. Right? Same thing with science. There's been this thing where they have to, and it's part of that appeal to authority concept, but where the science is thought of as some kind of a deity.
Yeah.
Well, science says, no, science doesn't fucking talk. Okay.
No.
Science's email address. Can somebody hit me up with that? I'd like to have a discussion.
Real men of science will admit that it is indeed fallible and that at times it has had to be adjusted because of mistakes.
Every time.
Yes, technocracy. Nikki Duncan hit it right on the head. They said, what is being referenced is what you would call technocracy. And that's absolutely right. And they say, oh, what about standing on the shoulders of giants? Okay. Well, if a few of those giants are fucking jesters, one of them's going to end up to start dancing and fuck up the whole tower, right?
Yeah. No doubt.
So that's where we're at. These people want to deify people like Cavendish. This dude was a crackpot elite guy.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I don't know how in the hell he's even started what he started. I mean, he is such a how anybody would listen to this whole thing is stupid.
Listen, that he was a he was a Jesuit.
Yeah,
Newton was a Jesuit. He should have just stuck to those fucking cookies and shut up. you know?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's just like what, that whole Jesuit thing, the whole Jewish thing that Walter sent you, that my
Yeah.
roommate sent you. That is like, man, I went through and went over that. I've seen that like every other day now since she showed that. And it's one of those things where it's like, man, that is the kind of thing that is so right on the point. It so explains every single thing that we have been putting up with and dealing with. It is ridiculous.
It doesn't necessarily need to be a naturally observed phenomenon. A malfunction is an observed phenomenon. And
Isn't
so
it
to
science?
track down use the scientific method to find and track down the independent variable, which would be what's causing the malfunction. So in a sense, it is. Yes.
Isn't science what led us to be able to have and invent and think through and plan man-made inventions, mechanical and otherwise, mechanical science, those kinds of things? I don't know if that rates up there with astronomical physics, but.
Well, there's a part of this whole situation where I lead and I fall very heavily because I mean I'm so deep into the 369 theory and the whole Tesla thing, and anybody could come or go with the whole mindset of what Tesla's idea is. He says, there's only one thing that's controlling all of this, and it's all frequency, and it is coming to fruition. It's coming to in your face point. Period. The end. I mean, he saw the real, whatever it was when he went into his dream states, because he never slept very much, a couple hours a night. And usually the time that he was sleeping or say at rest, we'll call it rest with his eyes closed, he was in REM sleep, like working out all of his theories. And I could swear to God, I've channeled with Tesla before in my own mindset, where I've gone and I've been trying to figure out, an invention that I was working on. And I'm here to tell you, I've heard him talk to me in my sleep. And I have been so engrossed in this whole mindset of my invention and how everything has to work together and all this stuff. And I swear to you, man, there's like 3 or 4 different leaps that I had to get over and hurdles that I swear to you, I was channeled and I went right into his mindset, and he told me the difference. And I'll put that on my soul.
Wow. I wanted to point out, Chicago Cubby Bear said here, he thought that Scientologists were experts on science. No, Scientology is a religion that actually stemmed from science fiction, from L. Ron Hubbard. Interesting name, Chicago Cubby Bear. Reminds me of a really great joke. Okay, so if you guys have, you all know about the 3 bears, Mama Bear, Papa Bear, and Baby Bear. Well, Mama Bear and Papa Bear started having some trouble, and they were getting a divorce. And they asked Baby Bear which of his parents he wanted to go live with. And so they said, "Do you want to go live with your Mama Bear?" He said, "No, sir." So why not? He says, "Because Mama Bear beats me." I said, "Well, then you want to go live with Papa Bear?" And he said, "No, sir. Papa Bear, he beats me too." And I said, "Well, who do you want to go live with?" He says, "I want to go live with the Chicago Bears. They never beat anybody."
Oh my God. Oh my God. That's good.
Anyway, I was going to show this little thing about, oops, there, I took it off screen instead of putting it up there. Little thing about what is science.
Everywhere we look, we see the influence science has upon our daily lives.
The chief value of science is power.
What is science?
People don't know what science is or how and why it works.
The whole scientific method that we seem to have forgotten about.
We can all be scientists. Anybody who does the scientific method is a scientist.
Everything here began with questions.
If anything is scientific, you should be able to question it and someone would give you an answer.
The boldest question scientists have dared to ask.
Science evolves and gives us new knowledge with time.
Science now is the exact fundamental opposite.
I won't debate the science when you debate the science, because the science has already been debated.
We own the science and we think that the world, should know it.
Because that's how science works.
Exact opposite of science.
It's all stupid. It's all stupid. Science is stupid now.
Debate's over. That is something that should not be debated. does not belong in front of an audience getting debated.
The science is agreed upon.
The debate is over and the science is in.
When it's masks and when it's vaccines and when it's COVID, the science is settled.
Science is mainly about gaining power over the world.
The science is set.
Scientific consensus.
These are scientists. These are experts.
A child is more of a scientist than Neil deGrasse Tyson or any of those people. Those people are the opposite of scientists.
Attacks on me, quite frankly, are attacks on science.
This is fast-moving science.
Not everybody can be a robot polisher.
There's a conflict between science as a belief system and science as a method of inquiry, which is about finding out what we don't know through systematic inquiry, the experimental method, hypothesis, and so on. Science delusion is the uncritical belief in these dogmas, treating them not as beliefs but as truths.
There is no consensus in science. Science isn't a vote. Science is about facts.
There's a bit of emotion and attachment and pride with certain historical accomplishments, like one of them being the moon landing, that forbid people from actually questioning.
Well, it went beyond science. It was a cultural achievement.
Exact opposite of science.
Science has already been debated in the scientific system.
Coming out of a university with a master's degree or a PhD, you take them into the field, and they literally don't believe anything unless there's a peer-reviewed paper. It's the only thing they accept.
The scientific system of peer-reviewed papers, that's how science determines what is right.
Academia, as the holder of truth, plays an essential role, particularly today.
We say to them, but let's observe, let's think, let's discuss. They don't do it. It's just, is it in a peer-reviewed paper or not? That's their view of science. I think it's pathetic.
So, so I have not debated anybody about this. In a one-on-one debate, without the ability to fact check people. So let's
Why
say,
couldn't you fact check them?
Because I mean, how do I do that? He says this paper says this, and I'm saying, do you want me to read the paper?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it would be a debate that would take a week.
So we do a week.
What is the point of the debate if one of these points of view is objectively true?
There's certain points that you could get where you would go over them and we could kind of establish those points in advance. Like where's the contention? Like where's the disagreement? And why does he feel this way? And why do you feel this way? And I feel like if we establish like a set of parameters or a set of areas of contention.
I will not enter a debate where I have the objectively true side of an argument and the other person does not.
I understand that, but to the average person that gets confused and doesn't know, debate would be very beneficial.
I disagree with that entirely.
This could be settled. At least it can be explained in a way that a rational person could have a more informed opinion of what's going on.
You want to debate something? Debate political policy.
Policy is different.
Debate that.
They're following the science until the science takes an unexpected turn, and then they just are off the path. They just are continuing down the trail they were going down, despite the fact that they were following the science changed, but they just kept on going, just ignoring scientific revelations that do not comport with their preordained image of what they thought the science would say.
As a boat goes farther and farther away, the last thing you will see is the very top of the mast of that boat. And that's because the boat is actually going over the horizon that's curved. And that means that as it goes farther and farther away, you see less and less of the bottom of it and more of the top of that.
Mic drop.
That wouldn't happen if the Earth were flat. You would simply see the boat getting smaller and smaller and smaller as it went farther away, but you'd be able to see the whole thing with the same proportions. That wouldn't happen if the Earth were flat. That wouldn't happen if the Earth were flat. So I don't really know what's going on right now with this Earth is flat thing. It's not okay to say that the Earth is flat. Boldest question scientists have dared to ask. Apparently this is something that we're debating. I have no idea why.
Boldest question scientists have dared to ask.
And it's not okay.
In science, we always say that you make observations, you have a theory, you go make more observations, and it's a very, very tedious process. Wrong. Nobody that I know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method. In our field, it's by the seat of your pants. It's leaps of logic. It's guesswork.
It's all theory. How do you prove a black hole? How do you know those gravitational waves
proves the collision of two black holes. Somehow, eventually, they are able to observe phenomena. No, they can't observe. It's too far away. It's too theoretical. How do we know what they're saying is true? You know what it really is? It's all science fiction.
Discoveries that were miracles a few short years ago are accepted as commonplace today.
All the things that were once considered science fiction are now centerpiece in our understanding of the nature of everything.
Science and science fiction are essentially the same.
Science! We're going to kill ourselves because of stupidity.
Not everybody can be a robot polisher.
Fires will be kindled to testify that 2 and 2 make 4. Swords will be drawn to prove that leaves are green in the summer.
Absolutely. I want to welcome Dreaming Lynn. Escape the Chains is up here on our panel here tonight. Where's my shit at?
Thank you.
Hello. There it is.
They had a lot of feelings in there and whatnot. So, you know, they're just, if science is about feelings, I guess maybe they're right?
Yeah. Yeah, let's base everything on how we feel.
I feel like I'm spinning. I'm so dizzy. I think Nick was feeling a little bit of that the other night. Maybe that's
right. Yeah, smoking crack. Yeah, crack smoking.
Oh, he was spinning all right.
Yeah, he's spinning a yarn, that's for sure.
Well,
but yeah, when you was playing that, I just kept hearing the word feel.
Just keep in mind, y'all, atheism is a non-profit organization.
Scientology is too.
Oh my God, yeah, Scientology. There's one for you.
Well, I'm just saying. You want to talk about the Grandmaster Poobah of all buggery as a Scientologist? I mean, just ask Leah Remini.
Now, do you mean buggery in the actual sense of what it means?
Yes, the real truth British buggery.
Okay. For those of you that's you know, doing weird butt things, man.
Buggery.
Yeah. It's like when you call somebody an old bugger, you don't really understand what you're saying when you call them that.
You're calling somebody a dingleberry. A dingleberry, sorry. A dingleberry.
Yeah. Worse than that, call somebody a schmuck.
Ooh. Oh, that's bad.
Yeah, that's the discarded foreskin from a circumcision.
Yes.
A what?
It's the discarded foreskin from a circumcision. That foreskin is called the schmuck.
It is called, really?
Yeah, wow. It's a Yiddish word.
Gotcha.
You know,
Jewish.
No, Yiddish. You got to look out, man. There's this crypto shit going on with those people. There's different groups, man. It's different groups. Yeah. That's like comparing a Catholic to a Pentecostal. Right? They're both Christian, but you know, really way different than each other. You know.
Well, I mean, there are Christians out there that say they believe in Christ, but at the same time, they do everything 180 degrees what Christ did when he was here, according to Hoyle.
Yeah, they do, and it used to be illegal for you to have a Bible.
That must have been a long time ago.
It was. It was illegal for anybody to have a copy of the Bible.
Was that back in World War I?
No, before that.
Wasn't that the original reason that it was decided to translate it into Latin rather than
well, that was it Tinsdale? I think wasn't Tinsdale was killed for making that Bible. And that's why they're so hard to come by too, is because of the fact that there were so few of them printed.
Right. I mean, the ones that survived were buried in some freaking trove somewhere underneath an old farmhouse or whatever that had been leveled and burnt, and they dug it up centuries, years, centuries later.
There again, that's another thing that people get bent and pissed off about, but I do believe that it is a collection of documents that does very well deserve criticism and investigation. A lot of people, they like to go out there and say, well, it's the word of God. Well, I know that the word of God can't be changed, and I'm seeing my Bible changing daily.
Witness. All you got to do is talk to Brian. He'll tell you exactly the way it is.
Yeah. Weird thing. Glad you reminded me. Another weird thing, a total Mandela effect that happened between the time I sent these photographs I found, because my son Ryan had sent me. Let me pull up Brian's messenger here real quick. My son had sent me this thing he'd found in a book that his wife had. And let me see if I can bring this up on the screen here. And it was this. And it was showing that on public radio, they had a Star Wars show, doing it on radio. And I got into looking it up. And so I found that this was from 1981, 1983, and 1996. And there again, you see C-3PO with the gold leg, and I got a better shot of it there. And you can see he's got a full-grown gold leg. So I sent him this one too here. There was a thing for immunization. It shows the two characters, C-3PO and R2-D2, and you see that C-3PO's leg is all gold in this poster, right? And here's a clip from the movie, a still, and you can see his legs are gold. I sent him this one, was from a BBC TV show, and his leg was gold when I sent this to Brian.
What?
And when I pulled it up later and looked at it in Messenger, there he was with the silver fucking leg.
I hate that program. I do not do Messenger.
The whole reason I downloaded it was because he had a gold leg.
Right.
And that was the whole reason I sent it to Brian. And the fucking thing changed from the time I sent it to him to the next time I went and looked at it, like that same day.
Okay. Well, that's starting to make sense, Ned, because the AI is so strong right now, and the programs and the algorithms are so strong right
there he is again.
now.
Yes, there he is again over here in the background. You can see, and he's got the gold leg.
And it's got the gold leg. Boom. It immediately overwrites that file before it ever gets downloaded or it ever even gets received on the other end of an SMS.
Look at Uncle Sam's hat. As compared to Uncle Shlomo's hat over here.
Yeah. What is up with that?
But yeah, the red stripes are gone now, but not here. His hat, Sam's hat is almost like this Israel hat is now. Where this is white up here at the top.
That picture is quite a statement there, Dave. That's that's a little bit anti-Semitic. There's some anti-symmetry going on there. The symmetry isn't right because that's a dummy. Symmetry. The dummy playing with a dummy.
Why did my wife tell me I'm a poop stain? She just sent me a message calling me a poop stain.
Uh-oh.
I had to whoop her ass
Man,
after a while.
I don't think I would have admitted that, Dave. You got some nuts, man.
Oh, man, look, me and her, we fuck with each other. Ask Terry. He knows.
Tell her the troll says hi.
The troll says hi.
Yeah,
I don't know if she's watching.
troll.
I haven't seen her in chat. She's downstairs doing her thing.
Well, she called you a butthole. I mean, or whatever she said, man. I can't even repeat it.
Poop stain. She called me a poop stain.
Yeah, that's after you've been eating blackberries all day long, picking blackberries, and you have to go to the bathroom because just like cherries or anything else, you eat a whole bunch of them. Guess what you're gonna have? You're gonna have some poop stains in your underwear.
Yeah, you will.
These two are a hoot, man. If you ever get a chance to spend some time, I'm telling you, these two are a hoot. You'll have a good time.
Out at the Cane Ranch.
Hey, I tell you what, I had a blast.
We wrangle dogs around this place, man.
I'd say you do. You got quite the herd going on.
We got 5 of these beasts laying here. Brandy's laying over here on the floor. Of course, she's going to be with Daddy all the time.
So that's what they meant when they said "get along, little doggies," huh?
Oh my God! Yeah. Now listen, I'm terrible, man. I have to stay away. I if I could and I had the room, I'd have 100 of them. I love dogs. They're
Actually,
fucking nuts.
that's a rancher saying, and they're talking about their cattle.
Yeah, they are.
Well, I have to ask, since you mentioned them, how is Peanut? Cause she's just a sweetheart.
Oh, she's just doing the best. She's just being Peanut. Her little thing.
Chasing her tail. Just chasing her tail.
Oh no, she don't chase her tail. She's getting a little annoyed with Moonshadow because Moonshadow wants to, and I have to yell at her because I get off of here and sometimes it's late, right? And as soon as I get off here, all the dogs they accost me. Like, oh, I gotta go outside. We're gonna go outside. All right, so I let him outside, and as soon as Moonshadow goes out there, first thing she does is start barking at Peanut, and jumping at her and jumping on her, and she's got a loud ass bark, and I'm like, oh my God, the neighbors on both sides of me have babies, but nobody said anything, so I'm like trying not to be just as bad by yelling at him, so I'm trying to whisper yell at him, going, Moonshadow, shut up.
You still have the same neighbor.
Yeah, Kevin.
When I was there, tell him that I said hello, and again, thank you. That was awesome.
Oh, that was
That
fantastic.
was funny.
That was great.
It was awesome,
was
and
great.
it can never be doubled or beat. There's no way to top that one. That was it.
I just thought, and I knew that fucker would do just like he did too. I knew he would, man. I was like, this guy, he'll be dancing. He'll be happy as shit. He won't be able to keep from going live. Watch.
It took my name right out of his mouth. Even all this late stuff, as of late, him complaining and whining and crying and arguing about Ironton, he hasn't said anything about me as far as I know at all. Not my name, not Ironton Auditor, nothing. Zero. He don't even want to acknowledge it.
That's funny shit right there.
Embarrassing. I can't believe anybody's still following him around.
You'd be surprised. I can't believe it either.
Hey,
there
listen,
you go. Unfortunately, the truth is too boring. The stuff he peddles is worth paying for. There you go.
Well, they still pay attention to. They still pay attention to Hillary Clinton, for Christ's sakes. I mean, she's old news.
She's hot. Well, I'm seeing that some of the cop watchers have become trolls and criminals themselves. So what's the point if they're going to be, expecting others to be accountable? Then they should expect themselves to be accountable. But they're
I
acting.
agree with you. I agree with you 100%. That's why my channel is probably the most boring auditor channel that's ever come across YouTube, is because I don't go out and become any of the story. I don't try to cause anything in this quiet little town. In the last couple of years, you've seen here, as of the last year or so, there isn't anything. It is quiet.
Right.
Did you happen to catch any of Joe Cool's appearances on here?
Me?
Yeah.
No, I must have missed him. I'll have to go back and look for him. I like Joe. Joe is one of the ones that is he's as cool as his name says. I like Joe.
Yeah, I
used to respect him. I don't anymore. He came
what
here
happened?
just
What'd I
to
miss?
troll.
Yeah, he came here just to troll.
Really?
And admitted it.
Oh, okay. I thought he liked to be a deer.
Well, I did too, but he only thinks
because the
free
sick,
speech belongs to him.
well, the sick bastards like that, they don't realize that, even if they're not getting paid, they're getting off on the evil of the whole scenario of derailing things and trying to be the psychosis of everything, and that's where they thrive.
Listen, I think that's how Legion.
Barry, I think you and ANCAP, and there might be a few others that are really, truly just out there to document, not out there to just cause trouble and to rile up everybody.
Look, Rasta Bear says it's sovereign soul is fun to troll. How would you know that, Rasta? How would you
I
know
know.
that?
I remember a time being on the well, I guess it wasn't technically this channel, but it was being trolled a lot on and off. I remember seeing a few come and go.
Yeah, we get them from time to time.
Yeah.
This is pretty chill though, for the most part. I mean, we've got some regulars that come in. We got M Ball that likes to come in and say stupid Globy.
And Greg's pretty cool.
Yeah, Greg's pretty cool. Greg's kind of new. We've blown Greg's mind pretty hard here in the last couple of weeks. With both
Hey, you know
Mandela.
what? I consider myself informed until I went to Stavely's his video files. Holy crap!
Yeah, man.
I mean, I was in a freaking stupor for hours.
Yeah, some of this shit. Listen, I hit people up with that, you know, and you can't help it. I mean, I went to this Christmas dinner, like get together thing at one of my wife's friend's house, and of course her other friend showed up, and it was like all these normies. You know, there's all these normies. So I like hit my vape pen real good, you know, before I went in, and it was cool and everything, but eventually there was an opportunity came in where somebody had said something, and I said, oh, that was never like that, you know. And they were like, what? And I said, yeah, that's never been like that. I said, there's a whole bunch of shit that's been changed. And they're like, what? And so I like to hit them with stuff that a lot of people know, you know,
Right.
like Ed McMahon. That one right there, people go, fuck you. And I'm like, go look, you never passed out the big checks, dude. Forget it. You know?
Here's the thing, and there's the thing about that, because I was born in 1970, so I'm 53 years old, and I'm here to tell you, Ed McMahon was on the Johnny Carson show. It was all real, and every Johnny Carson show was one of those commercials for Publishers Clearinghouse.
Yes. Listen, I can remember his face on the fucking envelope and kind of getting miffed at my mom because I'm figuring all you have to do, look, and I said, she goes, I don't want to be obligated. I said, they said there's no obligation. All you got to do, you could have Ed McMahon come here and give you one of those big checks, you know? And I remember, you know, seeing it in the trash, and she goes, throw that shit away. I'm not I'm like, why don't you want to win $1 million, you know? And,
Because it's not real. That's why.
Well, you know,
I mean,
it's funny. I played a little slot thing online on the Publishers Clearinghouse website for a little bit, and one day, months after I'd played, I got this little check in the mail for $10. And so I found myself saying it. Do you remember the old commercials where they get the check in the mail and go, and people say, oh, no one ever wins that. And they go, that's what I used to think. And they had the check in their hand. No, I can't say they ever gave away $1 million or 10 million or anything like that. But I can say for some reason they did give me, I must have won something. I got a $10 check. There you go.
It was because of the cancellation on your subscription. They were just reimbursing the money they stole from you.
Remember wasn't that the tagline too? Remember, you too could be a winner.
Yeah, something
right?
like that.
You too could be a winner.
Yep.
I remember that shit. And that stovetop stuffing thing. Look, I know better because I knew that if I could still say stovetop stuffing, then I was still okay to drive.
Oh man! Wow. You can say it 3 times fast. You're going to clear the breathalyzer.
Oh my God! Yeah,
I can see drunks practicing that all over the nation right now.
Yeah, but see, the problem is that it's craft. It's never been Stofers now,
right?
And I'm like, fuck that. I know better because the commercial, I can still hear it in my head. That irritating kid going, stovetop stuffing instead of potatoes.
Oh, right.
Stovetop stuffing instead of potatoes? Are you crazy? You know, like,
well, I'm
Can I eat over a barbecue?
Go ahead.
Mhm.
I was
That
going to
one got
say
me
a
too.
long time ago, what we remember, the young people don't. That's why there's this big argument
Yeah.
on
Yeah, a
some
lot of that
things.
stuff
I'm
is
not
older.
saying everything, but some things.
And then a lot of the younger people aren't going to see any of the changes that have happened in the Bible.
Nope.
Because they don't look at it. They've never read it. There's a few, they go to church with their family on the weekends, but that's, very few of them. And,
So
they're
we
not
look
going
like
to
we've
make
got
it because
dementia
it's,
early.
yeah, it's not cool. It's not cool. To go.
Question. I swear to God, I'm 53 years old, and I have never read the Bible from cover to cover. But the things that I did learn, I've never read the whole. I've never gone through like Leviticus and all the name things, and I never went through there. But I'm in here to tell you, I have learned a lot from the Bible.
Mm-hmm. Well, here's the one that gets me about the change in Matthew in the Lord's Prayer, right? And I've had a lot of apologists that say, it's always been debts, right? Okay. But if you go to the verse right after the prayer, it says, "For if ye forgive a man his trespasses," and tells you the benefit of it. Now, wait a second.
Right.
You didn't say anything about trespasses and that whole fuck. Where'd that come from? You said debts. We were forgiving debts, remember, not trespasses. So that one's very telling. I think that's right, in its own thing is its own residue,
Well, I think because people are think that a debt and a trespass is two different things. They're actually both the same, and they both pertain to money. Because if you harm somebody, you owe them something, right? If you run over their fence, or mailbox, you should fix or get them another mailbox, right? Or fix their fence. So that's pretty much what it is.
You're right, Anson. Yeah, because I remember, you do pronounce the T in it in Schultz, but now the T is gone. Same thing with Schwartz. FAO Schwartz. It's FAO Schwarz now. And it's
Same thing with Schlong.
Schlong?
You know how you were
Yeah.
saying,
It goes around Dingleberry.
You know how you were saying the younger people wouldn't recognize a change?
Yeah.
Right. Because they would see it apparently the way it is now versus having ever seen it any other way. Imagine how crazy they must think someone who's seen and knows about the change must be. We would seem like we were getting dementia early. Like, these people are crazy. They're nuts.
It must be mass dementia,
Right.
because there's so many people that have the very same remembrances of things. And so that's kind of strange, but there again, in that same generation, they're not taught to think critically or logically.
Exactly.
Maybe it'll be us or those like us that end up in those sanatoriums if they reopen.
That's what I think that those were. The people that wouldn't go along with
Yep.
the new
The ones that
new
still
way, new
remembered.
normal or whatever, then they put them away in there because there was this list of all kinds of crazy shit they were locking people in there for.
The ones that still remembered, you reckon?
Yeah, or the ones that survived and wouldn't go along with the new normal or whatever. I don't know. It's hard to say, but there is all that commonality to it, and I think that's what's going on right now. Is because, well, no, it's actually they're losing. They're losing.
Well, it's a lot like our grandparents.
Well, listen, the veil is ripping all over the place. More and more people are realizing truths over the fabricated lies and about everything.
Right.
And they're trying their best to retard that, slow it down, but it's not working. And this is why I confidently say that there will be a flat earth tipping point amongst the population of Earth this coming year. You will see the tipping point. And I say that with utmost confidence, just based on what I'm
Dave,
watching happening.
Dave,
Pattern.
it's already happened, man. It's already happened. The tipping point. There are so many people right now that are on deck that understand rationally and logically what the flat Earth is saying, and it's all over the place. I mean, it's way over 50%, Dave. Way over 50%.
What Ross the Bear says, and the poles will shift. That's why did you use plural? Poles. There's only a pole.
That's what he's smoking. He's smoking pole.
There's north. That's what you have. You have north. That's it. South is just the opposite of north.
Well, I remember my grandparents talking about things when they were young and growing up and stuff like that. And a lot of things that my grandma told me and everything turned out to be very accurate. Stop it.
Yeah.
Sorry.
What was that?
That was my little chihuahua.
That's what it sounded like, a chihuahua.
What she does is when I'm busy or I turn my back on her, she comes to the edge of the bed to yap at Keeper if he gets too close to it. She's defending the bed.
Well, there you go. That's her territory, man. They are little
Exactly.
territorial fuckers too.
Yeah, I don't let him up on it. He's too furry and getting too big. But then I turn around and my dad, basically calling me a liar for things that his own mother told me, and I'm like, whoa, wait a minute. No, your mom's right. You're wrong. And of course, I was just rebellious. But actually,
Daniel Becker says that Nick V is not his real name. You're absolutely right. You are absolutely right. His name is actually...
a bolt of lightning struck him in the head.
Yeah, right. He's Harneet Grewal. That's his name, Harneet Grewal. But during an unfortunate laboratory accident, he was struck with some electrified gamma radiation. And when he has alcohol, he becomes Nick Volt, also known as Professor Proton. Dun, dun, dun.
I thought it was Proton Slinger.
Proton Slinger, yeah. He had
Wait a
that
minute.
little
I
tag
I thought it was Protein Slinger.
Yeah, might be.
Does help the whole don't text drunk theory, doesn't it?
That dude wasn't only texting, he was in the message, saying all kinds of stupid shit. And then he come up here on panel. Ironton, he says, I dare you, Sovereign. He says, I dare you to deny that my kids were killed in the Holocaust.
His what? What?
He was wasted.
Wait, but that's right before, and that's sorry.
I was just saying
that's right before
man.
Yeah, I'm just saying that's right before he went straight gay on me.
Yeah, he did. He got pretty gay. He got
literally gay. The dude was literally like swarming me. Like it was like, because I called his bluff and defended Dave, and he got pissed. Like, oh man, nobody's gonna step in between on this,
He got a little mad, didn't he?
Oh man, he got pissed, and then he's like, "Oh yeah, well, your boyfriend or blah blah or whatever." Like, and I'm like, dude, you can't face the facts, and you can't fuck with me on this. I'm serious. It was hilarious.
He was sitting in his fucking chair talking to us on his camera, right? And he says, I'm right now. I'm on my front porch waiting for you. And I'm like, no, you're not. You're sitting in front of your fucking computer, dude.
Well, see, he's... Oh, sorry. Hold on a second.
Yeah. That was nothing. That dude has nothing. I mean, he has to shift himself to the weak ass, like, your sticks and stones may break my bones, and then just keep harping on the dumb shit. It's like, man, you got to go.
I got one.
That was the funniest big boy Right now, big boy.
Yeah, big boy.
Buy me a ticket. I'm gonna come and kick your ass. Will you pick me up at the airport?
Yeah, can I borrow $50? I need a Greyhound ticket.
I got something on that. That's funny. I'll play
That
it
was
right now.
funny as hell.
Because I'm not kidding, man. I would get on a Greyhound to beat his ass. I mean, that guy is dumb.
Let me see here.
He's literally got. Oh, sorry.
Oh, where is his damn thing? He just put this thing up. Where it was Nick Volt. Oh, it's on his shorts. That's right. It was on the shorts. It was
It's in his shorts. Gross. It's in his shorts.
Here we go. I'll wait till Ironton comes back and I'll play this thing. This was funny. Nuthouse Video made this.
I love that little song thing you played, you know.
Oh, yeah.
Instead of I'm sorry, I'm Rory.
Well, I like the other one. I like Nick's Nick's personal applause when he comes into the room is that.
That baby is cute.
Oh my God, it's hilarious. I mean, it's so. I mean, and Dave came in with that like right in the middle of his little torture play, and man dropped that on him and muted him, and oh my God, he was pissed.
So Nuthouse Video has this. He takes when somebody says some outrageous shit on a video, he'll clip it and repost it. And this was Nick saying that he that I deny his kids died in the Holocaust. Okay, I don't know.
His kids, come on now, his kids, okay, his kids. Hello, I mean, just the immediate torture of that. His kids were in the Holocaust. I mean, he's only like my age. He said he was like 54.
Yeah, I know. Listen here, what you said. I don't. Is Ironton back yet? No, he's not back yet. He'll be back. But I can play it twice. Hell, it's not too bad.
I was gonna say, man, you got me going now. Come on, Dave.
Maybe he'll rewatch that video and see what a fool he made of himself.
Hear him?
Come on, there's no way in hell that dude is doing anything but doing exactly what he knows how to do, and that's being a troll and stepping on people and being a dick. That's all he knows how to do.
Yeah, but he was totally sloshed.
But listen to this again. Listen to when he's at the end. Now listen, he was almost there when you started talking.
Okay. Can't hear it. I'm not hearing anything.
Nor am I either.
You guys aren't hearing it? The audience?
No.
Audience, are you guys hearing it?
You're waving in and out there, Dave.
All right, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to go
No,
out.
Dave, they're trolling you, man. They're messing with your mic.
Probably. Hang on, I'll be right back.
Roger that. We got you. So anyway, hi, Drini. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear.
Okay.
Can hear you.
I was like, whoa, wait a minute. Oh,
I just
okay.
couldn't hear the video.
Cool.
There we go.
I couldn't hear Dave either.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
All right. Let's see if we can make it work.
I'm sorry I ditched out on you there, sir. It was a phone call, and I didn't want the sound coming out. So.
Let's see here.
Hey.
You hear that?
Oh, you, babe, because these hurts. Oh, Dave, you're a racist piece of shit. You tell me that my kids should die in the Holocaust. I will show you what I will do to your fucking face.
Okay. How are you going to defend that?
Oh, Dave.
You see, you say that my kids didn't die in the Holocaust, and I will show you what I will do to your face. Now, how in the fuck does his kids die in the Holocaust? It supposedly happened before he wasn't even in his daddy's nutsack yet. How in the hell is that going to happen?
I don't even think his daddy was born.
I'm just wondering how deep in that bottle you have to go to find the Holocaust. I'm sorry.
I don't know the brand
don't really
name of
mean
that
to-
one.
I gotta admit, I don't try to poke Nick too hard. I don't really know Nick all that well, so I just know him here. So I haven't watched a lot.
That was
of
enough.
Nick. I'm assuming that he's probably feeling a little ashamed of himself today. I would assume.
Yeah, well,
Man, I hope
yesterday
everybody's
too,
blowing him up.
because see, what he didn't realize, and what probably maybe some other people didn't realize. Hang on a second here, I'll show you. We actually went because he accused me. He calls me DUI Dave, and he says that I'm not allowed to drive, and all this other nonsense hooey. And let me see here. It was that one. Where's the one that the wife put up? Or did I even post that? Thought I did. Well, I'll have to go to Messenger to get it. Anyways, I did a video driving to the restaurant and hotel, the Mimsland. You went there with us, right, Terry? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, we took you to we went there. So this was I made this afterwards. I was supposed to meet him because you give me a time. He was online, showed us he was online, getting ready to buy a ticket, asked me about 6 or 7 times where he wanted me to meet and what time. And I told him several times, 7:05 p.m. at the Mimsland Inn in Luray, Virginia. I will meet you there in front of the place.
Yeah.
Okay. So I went there and we had dinner. And then after dinner, I was let me go here and
Hey Dave, your audio is a robot, man.
I'm
Is it
hearing
really?
him okay. You sound fine to
Oh.
me.
Maybe it's me then. Maybe I need to leave and come back.
Might be.
Nick Volt was
Okay.
found under whale shit. So anyway, this was at the thing, and here I am. I'm at the Mimsland. I just wanted to show you this very rare photograph of Adolf Hitler that you've probably never seen before. It is. I thought you might like to see that. This is the rest of the speakeasy. They serve alcohol here, so you'll probably like that. That's a good thing because you're an alcoholic.
That's true.
So, see you later, Gerald. So we're going upstairs. Side note: Gerald is the health inspector. Okay, and he is a very, very anal health inspector. And so I'm very comfortable in eating at a place that he will eat at. Just saying. It's a pre-described meeting location. I'm sure you'll be there waiting for me. Here I go. Do we want to take the stairs?
Sure.
Let's take the stairs. Here we go. I can show you an interesting thing about curvature in this place too, Nick. Because you're retarded and don't understand anything. Okay. So now, as you can see, I have a curved staircase here. Okay. So, honey, would you go ahead and go on up those stairs? Now, she passes away from us. Notice that she gets smaller as she gets away from us. But as she goes, oh, look, she's disappearing around the curve. See her disappearing around the curve? Go ahead, keep going. Okay, now we're going to zoom in on that horizon area there. And notice that no amount of zooming brings her back into view because that is actually a physical curve. You see? That's not what we have on Earth. Okay, you can come back. But as I said, Nick, this is really close to the hospital. So after I drop you on the floor and teach you about gravity, you can probably come over here and there you go. You can dry the blood off your face. You'll be able to dry the blood off your face from right here. In this little spot.
That is a
a
cold
grand
piece.
place. We're going to go up those stairs real quick. We got a couple of minutes, so you should be right out here on the front porch. Let me just go up these stairs. Maybe they put out a welcome basket for you or something. I doubt it. If you're retarded.
A racial
drunk.
basket. A racist gift basket.
Oh, man. So that's to the rooms. Look at down there. Okay, I'm going to go over around the curve, Leanne. See if you can still see me. No, look, and I can't see her around the curve either. Look at that. Now, just for retards that in the future want to look, okay, I'm treating this vertical line right here as a horizon, for example. I realize that it's not horizontal, and I do realize that it is vertical, but I also realize that it's a curve and the same principles apply. So you watch this too, as I go. As I go, if the earth was curved, as I rise in elevation, watch what happens to that horizon. Watch what happens. Oh, no, it's going down. It's going out of frame, isn't it? So I can pretty much debunk your crap. So I'm just waiting for you to show up so I can teach you about gravity. How much time we got left? 5 minutes. 5 minutes. It is now 7 p.m. in Luray, Virginia. Look out here on the front porch and see if he's arrived yet.
Hanging out at the phone booth because he's a Superman.
Nobody there. Nobody there. Wait, there's a car pulling up. It looks like a gay car. It might be Nick. The car did have kind of a gay vibe to it. Anyway, it should be rolling up on us here any minute. Huh?
Is that a tranny or what?
You're going to go wait in the Jeep that I'm not allowed to drive? Is that what's going on? All right. No, I don't see any signs of Nick Volt anywhere at all. It's all right. I'll go back in. Go ahead. Are you going to wait in the Jeep? All right. I'll be right out. Well, why'd you walk away without him, dumb butt? Here. All right. So we're just waiting here. He said, I'm going to hit my vape. A couple more minutes and Nick should be here ready to pound my ass, as he said. That's what he had said he was going to do. He was going to pound my ass.
Bro.
Here we are. I think they got it. What?
The government screws you and nickel pounds you.
Lock in here. We can look at it.
That's too funny.
Yep, here we go. See down this hallway right here is where the Eleanor Roosevelt suite is at. Eleanor Roosevelt used to stay here with her girlfriend. Oh. So we've got another minute and a half before you're supposed to arrive. Hello. See, and then in case you get lost when you get here, they have this little handy map. You'll be able to find your way around. Notice they have a lot of different wineries, Nick. Being an alcoholic, that should appeal to you. that clerk laughed when I said that too.
Yeah, give them a purpose. Something like that gives them purpose.
Yeah, there's a lot of wineries around here that'll appeal to you being an alcoholic, you know.
Yeah, they give a man a purpose.
That is a pretty tree.
So here we are in the good old Mimsland, waiting on Nick Volt. Been here since 1931. Look at here. It's the grand dining room up here. We just had dinner at the Speakeasy downstairs. See, the way I had it set up, you know, if you got hurt too bad, the hospital's just right like behind this place. And he could stay here, you know, if he needed to. He could stay here, use his science money and, you know, really live it up. Serious, that was delicious. All right. Let's see what our time period looks like here. There's hello, baby. Yep, less than about a minute and a half. You should be here. Yes, metaphysician, he is in California. And he was so angry because I don't believe the 6 million figure that he was going to purchase an airline ticket, fly to Dulles International Airport, rent a car, drive 2 hours south to me, and meet me at this hotel so that he could pound my ass. I also want to know how it is that you're... Oh, here's somebody rolling up. Nope, that's not Nick. How you folks doing tonight? Good. Oh my word. That hotel right there, that one right there across the road, it's shut down right now because it caught fire a few months back.
Oh, dang.
I don't. Yeah, it was in rough. Yeah, it was pretty crazy. Yeah.
Well, the one you're at is very beautiful.
What's that?
The one you're at is very beautiful, well taken care of.
It is really a nice place. It really is. And you know, for as nice as it looks, its prices are not bad. It really isn't. I don't think you're coming. I'm going to check the time one more time here. Just to make sure. Just to make sure. Yep. Yeah, I was making sure. I'm a man of my word. You know, I said I was going to be there at 7:05 in agreement to his challenge, and what happened, right? Well, it's official. You're a no-show. No-show, Nick. You're a no-show, which tells the world that you are indeed a drunken, retarded vagina. So I'm going to walk around here over to the Jeep that I'm not allowed to drive and go illegally drive it home to my house where I live right next to a fucking cop. Now that's a ballsy motherfucker if you ask me. But isn't there a beautiful town of Luray? Isn't it sweet? There's the sheriff's department right over there. And the hospital's right back here behind this place. You can see it from up top. And there's the Jeep that I'm not allowed to drive. No, he didn't make it. He didn't make it. He's not a man of his word at all.
For the record, Nick Bolt, my husband and I don't need each other's permission to do things. Just, you know, so you know.
Yeah, Nick, you might be a cucked little pussy, but I'm not. So, anyway, Lord loves to work, man. Don't trust Whitey. See your doctor and fire his ass because he'll probably kill you. We'll see you tonight. So that was Nick not showing up. But it worked out well because we had a fantastic dinner. It was great. I like to go up there for dinner. It's not cheap, but it's not real super duper fucking expensive either. Where the hell are those pictures I sent?
It looked delicious.
Oh my God, it was delicious, man. It was filet mignon with I don't know, man, the seasoning that they used on it was just insane, man. Some of the best. I don't know how to describe it. It was so good. And oh, that's further down on the dumbass. Hang on.
He sent me pictures without even giving me a smell.
Oh, I know, right? So here was our appetizer. This is pretty good. This was pretty good. This is the appetizer. These were Thai chicken spring rolls. Came with this peanut sauce that was just fantastic. I would never thought
the
of
hotel.
Yeah, yeah. And then there was my dinner. And that shit was just like, wow, what a great meal. What a great meal. Had to get my strength up in case I had to.
You should have been drinking your milk. It has what a body needs, they say.
Yeah, I've heard that. But see, at my age, I don't need nothing leaching calcium out of my bones, you know? It's probably not a good thing. Where is this thing?
Dave, sir, I have got to go. I've got to get up early in the morning. Got a big day ahead of me. But thanks for having me here, man. It was a good time. It was fun watching that video again, like walking through the attic and finding something you forgot you had. It was a great time. I enjoyed watching it again. Had just as good a time.
Well, let's do more.
I agree.
It got a positive response from the audience, I know.
Well, I recognize a few names out there. What's that, Dreamy?
I said, glad to know you're doing well.
Oh, we're
Hadn't
doing
seen
good
you in
here.
a while.
Well, I don't get on live too much, and I don't really get on YouTube a whole lot. I just kind of felt like I needed to unplug a while. It seems like a big drama-filled drum, and I didn't care much for it. I found a few people that I liked and can trust, like you guys, and a few others, and that's just kind of where I stick it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
To stick to that and kind of stay out of the mess. But
I heard Della back there yapping a couple minutes ago. How's she doing? Shout out to Della.
Hey, they're giving you a shout out. She's got her headphones on. She can't hear a word I'm saying. She's eating popcorn and watching something on her phone. Probably not me. I'm not that exciting, you know.
Moonshadow, you're gonna get you're gonna get business when you go messing with the older dogs like that.
Have a Merry Christmas.
Absolutely.
Yes, absolutely.
And all of you enjoy the holidays. Make sure you enjoy that family time. Those of you that can get to it. And guys, I'll be in touch.
All right, Ironton. We'll see you the next time, man. We'll have you on. Come on back. Absolutely. This is fun.
Good night, everybody.
All right. Good night. So I got another little thing I found we can kind of look at here. Yeah, I had a good time with Ironton. He needs to come on back out here, maybe decompress some more. This is Flat Earth Explained.
I don't understand though. You believe in flat Earth, right?
Yes.
So wouldn't people just fall off the end?
Well, like, what is the end? First of all,
I don't know.
It would be Antarctica, the Arctic Circle.
That's the end.
That's the shoreline.
But wouldn't there be like a wall or something?
Well, the highest shoreline on Earth is the ice wall, Antarctica. So the water would be this table, and then would be this would be the end.
Okay.
And then you'd say, well, what's that way? Like, where's the edge? The only treaty never broken by 57 nations is the Antarctic Treaty. You are not allowed to explore there. But the first person to explore Antarctica, Admiral Byrd, he said that there's more land it's not snow, it's better resources and minerals, the size of North America. And as he's talking, behind him, there's footage on YouTube, Admiral Byrd. As he's talking in front of a flat Earth azimuthal equidistant map, the map that airplane pilots use for autopilot. They don't use your dumbass Mercator or your fucking globe or none of that. They use our map. And think about it, this map distorts continents. Why would an autopilot system ever risk crashing a plane with a map that just makes North America a little smaller, this one bigger, and there's an ice wall on this map? Why do they there's 1 billion different maps, and they use the flat Earth azimuthal equidistant map for autopilot. That's why a compass is a flat Earth instrument. It only points to north. There is no south pole on a compass. It's south. Here's magnetic north. you circumnavigate east to west. That's how a compass circumnavigates, just like the sun. And then south would just be 180 degrees away from north. So southward.
So what did somebody said? Some Zerka. I don't know who that is. I just ran across that. I liked how he explained that shit.
I don't understand
Pretty
though.
simple and to the fact. Said he is the biggest racist troll. I kind of stay away from that label of racist, and I'll tell you why. It's another made-up word. It's like anti-Semite. It was given to us by Marxists, and I try to get away from that. I prefer the term bigot if you're going to refer to what you think is racism. Because let's face it, we're all the human race. Okay? We come in all different packages, man.
Well, I just think calling us a race, I mean, I think more a race is like people running on foot.
Competition.
And their car. Right, exactly.
Yep. It automatically puts you in a state of mind, just like it did you, of a competition. So what is it that we're in competition for?
I mean, I see us as all the same, but skin color is nothing. It's skin deep. It's not who we are. We're all creative. We all bleed. I mean, no matter what you do to us, you could do it to us all. You know, it doesn't matter. Color isn't magic.
No. This is really cool. Check this out. This is from a volcano in Indonesia. This is pretty crazy, man. Because I've played with sulfur before, like when I was a kid, you know, and this is how it burns. This is pretty cool. Fire sulfuric gas inside the earth collides with oxygen and ignites. Some of it out in the streams of liquid. It freaked you out, man? You saw that? This liquid sulfur creates a river of blue fire as it burns. Yeah, it will.
I would think
liquid. That's crazy, isn't it?
Wouldn't the mountain have many different colors, or is it just the sulfur coming out only?
It appears that it's only the sulfur coming out at this point. So
Yeah,
maybe
fire
a big,
can be
huge.
beautiful.
Yeah, it's amazing how they do that, man. What is this thing? Oh, these liars, the NASA liars. So here's the latest bullshit. Are you ready for it? You're gonna love this. You're gonna love this one, Dreamy. I know you're gonna love this one. Okay. I don't even know if I should give this like a prequel statement, but I'll just watch it.
NASA will launch a probe in 3 months to try to visit the rock named Psyche. NASA says it's not interested in space mining at this time, and it hopes the probe will instead tell us more about how planets are formed.
Psyche? Isn't that an interesting word?
Yep, that's its name, Psyche.
Yeah, right.
10. They're saying that there's enough fucking stuff on this asteroid that it's that there's, what is that? Let's see, there's hundreds, thousands, millions, billions, trillions. It's $10 gazillion worth of fucking shit.
Oh.
NASA will launch a
$10 gazillion fucking dollars worth of shit on an asteroid that they're gonna go and get. Hell yes. Oh my god.
That's named Psyche.
Psych. Right. Come on, man.
Oh, talk about mind manipulation.
God. At every turn.
There's going to be people that believe it, though.
What is this thing? This is kind of weird. This is called the.
And how do they know? I don't even think there's enough money in the world to even. Yeah, there's not enough money in the world or people to buy that much bullshit.
That right there.
There's enough people to buy that amount of bullshit.
God, no, I mean, and they know this how? That there's that much worth of shit on there. That's the value, they say, of the minerals that are on this asteroid. Now, how do they fucking know that? I mean, if they can detect like gold and platinum and shit like that in an asteroid that's, you know,
They would have
million
been
miles
mining
away.
space a long time ago.
Why don't they? Well, why don't they just aim their little magic fucking satellite or telescope or whatever back toward the Earth and find all the gold and platinum deposits and shit that are here?
They could
Right?
just sling around the backside and give it a swift kick and send it to Earth.
Yeah, send it to Earth and then blow it up. Send up a bunch of misfits, oil well drillers or some shit. Have you ever see that ridiculous ass movie, Armageddon?
Oh no, I just seen bits and pieces of it.
Oh my word! And I mean, that was something else. Boy, I'll tell you what. This asteroid's coming, and they send up these oil rig workers, drillers, right? Because they're the best. Ain't none of them. One guy, he's like obese. They would never let that guy go up in space.
Axis wants to know what minerals does Uranus contain.
Ask Nick. His head's up there.
Oh my goodness.
Oh,
for sure.
So, yeah, what do you got? What are you doing? We're going and getting minerals from Uranus. Like hell you are. You ain't mining my anus.
You guys, I want to share with you the secret covenant that you might or might not have heard about. The secret covenant was created by none other than the Rockefellers, and maybe even someone even higher than them, let's be honest. But this is their secret covenant and their clause of things that they wanted to follow. And if you're a conspiracy theorist or a critical thinker and you're aware of what's been going on in the world, you're going to know exactly how suitable this is. This is written word for word, and I want to read it to you. Okay, so bear with me. The secret covenant. An illusion, it will be so large, so vast, it will escape their perception. Those who will see it will be thought of as insane. We'll create separate fronts to prevent them from seeing the connection between us. We will behave as if we are not connected to keep the illusion alive. Our goal will be accomplished one drop at a time so as to never bring suspicion upon ourselves. This will also prevent them from seeing the changes as they occur. We will always stand above the relative field of their experience, for we know the secrets of the absolute. We will work together always, and we will remain bound by blood and secrecy. Death will come to he who speaks. We will keep their lifespan short and their minds weak while pretending to do the opposite. We will use our knowledge of science and technology in subtle ways so that they will never see what's happening. We'll use soft metals, aging accelerators, and sedatives in food and water, also in the air. They will be blanketed by poisons everywhere they turn. The soft metals will cause them to lose their mind. We will promise to find a cure from our many fronts, yet we will feed them more poison. The poisons will be absorbed.
That's the thing. David Crome here says he saw this. It makes you skeptical about the whole conspiracy theory notion. This is obviously not a secret at all. No, but what is amazing to me is that when you point this shit out all in a row to a lot of people, they go, oh, that's just, it's crazy. And it's like, you realize this is what's going on. You see it happening. You see the results of it. You know, we're seeing people. I mean, they used to never be dementia, be a normal everyday thing that happens to all old people and shit. Now it is. What the fuck is going on? You know, diabetes was never at this kind of a rate. In fact, I think there was at least a point in history where there was no such thing as diabetes. But it's due to what we've been influenced with epigenetically through our food and our air and our water and our medicines and everything else that they fuck with because they try to be God. Pisses me off, man.
Absorbed through their skin and mouths, and they will destroy their minds and reproductive system. From all this, their children will be born dead, and we will conceal this information. The poisons will be hidden in everything that surrounds them and what they drink, eat, breathe, and wear. We must be ingenious in dispensing the poisons, for they can see far. We will teach them that the poisons are good with fun images and musical tones. Those they look up to will help. We will enlist them to push our poisons. They will see our products being used in the film and will grow accustomed to them and will never know their true effect. When they give birth, we will inject poisons into the blood of their children and convince them that it's for their help. We will start early on when their minds are young. We will target their children with what the children love most, sweet things. When their teeth decay, we will fill them with metals that will kill their mind and steal their future. When their ability to learn has been affected, we will create medicine that will make them sicker and cause other diseases for which we will create yet more medicine.
There's a lot of shit in what she's talking about right there, man.
We will render them docile and weak before us by our power. They will go depressed, slow, and obese. And when
that pretty much describes a large majority of our population, don't it?
they come to us for help, we will give them more poison. We will focus their attention toward money and material goods so many never connect with their inner self. We will distract them with fornication, external pleasures, and games so that they may never be one with the oneness of it all. Their minds will belong to us and they will do as we say. If they refuse, we shall find ways to implement mind-altering technology into their lives. We will use fear as our weapon. We will establish the governments and establish opposites within. We will own both sides. We will always hide our objective but carry out our plan. They will perform the labor for us and we shall prosper from their toil. Our families will never mix with theirs. Our blood must be always pure, for it is the way. We will make them kill each other when it suits us. We will keep them separated from the oneness by dogma and religion. We will control all aspects of their lives and tell them what to think and how. We will grow them kindly and gently, letting them think that they are guiding themselves. We will foment animosity between them through our factions. When a light shall shine among them, we shall extinguish it by ridicule or death, whichever suits it best. We will make them rip each other's hearts apart and kill their own children. We will accomplish this by using hate as our ally, anger as our friend. The hate will blind them totally, and never shall they see that from their conflicts we emerge as their rulers. They will be busy killing each other. They will bathe in their own blood and kill their neighbors for as long as we see fit. We will benefit greatly from this, for they will not see us, for they cannot see us. We will continue to prosper from their wars and their deaths. They shall repeat this over and over until our ultimate goal is accomplished. We will continue to make them live in fear and anger through images and sounds. We will use all the tools we have to accomplish this. The tools will be provided by their labor. We will make them hate themselves and their neighbors. We will always hide the divine truth from them. They were all one. That they were all one. This they must never know. They must never know that a man's color is an illusion. They must always think that they are not equal. Drop by drop, we will advance our goal. We will take over their land, resources, and wealth to exercise total control over them. We will deceive them into accepting laws that will steal the little freedom they will have. We will establish a money system that will imprison them forever, keeping them and their children in debt. When they shall band together, we will accuse them of crimes and present a different story to the world, for we shall own all the media. We will use our media to control the flow of information and their sentiment in our favor. When they shall rise up against us, we will crush them like insects, for they are less than that. They will be helpless to do anything, for they will have no weapons. We will recruit some of their own to carry out our plans. We will promise them eternal life, but eternal life they will never have, for they are not us. The recruits will be called initiates and will be indoctrinated to believe false rites of the passage to their higher realms. Members of these groups will think that they are one with us, never knowing the truth. They must never learn this truth, for they will turn against us. For their work, they will be rewarded with earthly things and great titles, but never will they become immortal and join us. Never will they receive the light and travel the stars. They will never reach their higher realms, for the killing of their own kind will prevent passage to the realm of enlightenment. This they will never know. The truth will be hidden in their face, so close they will not be able to focus on it until it's too late. Oh yes, so grand the illusion of freedom will be that they will never know that they are our slaves. When all is in place, the reality we will have created for them will own them. This reality will be their prison. They will live in self-delusion. When our goal is accomplished, a new era of domination will begin. Their minds will be bound by their beliefs, the beliefs we have established from time.
Chain their
But
mind.
if they ever find out they are our equal, we shall perish. This they must never know. If they ever find out that together they can vanquish us, they will take action. They must never ever find out what we have done, for if they do, we shall have no place to run, for it will be easy to see who we are once the veil has fallen. Our actions will have revealed who we are, and they will hunt us down, and no person shall give us shelter. This is the secret covenant. by which we shall live the rest of our present and future lives, for this reality will transcend many generations and lifespans. This is a secret covenant. This is why it's so important to learn about this, because when you learn about this, you create a life outside of the system. When you're aware of it, you can no longer be controlled. When you know what they want to do, you no longer fall into the traps from health, money, empowerment, purpose, higher vibrations, the music that you're listening to, the food that you're eating, the things that you're consumed with, the video games, the porn. All of this is all a distraction to keep you easily controlled. And once you know, when you change that, exactly like they said, they fear it. Because the more of us that rise up and are aware of what's happening, the more they lose their control, which is exactly what they don't want. And this is why we're recreating what the generation is going to look like. And this is why we're all waiting for the uprise, because we know that this entire plan is going to crumble.
Spot on, man. What do you think, Dreamy?
Well, I think that that's been going on for a very long time, but is it a covenant? I guess you could say it is to a point, but I don't think everybody's been blind to it completely. You know what I mean? I don't think that everyone's blind to that. I never.
No, they're not. More. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. More and more people are waking up to this shit every day. They're seeing it, you know. And all you have to do is take a look at who are the people implementing this and where are they getting their orders from. Once you start following down that line of questioning, that line of thought, your enemy becomes, holy cheap shit. What are you going on about, Peanut? Jesus.
Well, I know when I mean, I just did it.
You're right back. I'm listening.
Go ahead. I was going to say, you know, when I was in court and the judge pissed me off, I didn't just shut up and accept it. He's sitting there telling me I'm going to pay him X amount of money, you know, for something that I had no control over. And I just flat out told him, no, I wasn't. He threatened me. He did all kinds of stuff. I still got my stuff. And I said, as far as I'm concerned, this is over with. And I walked out. And so many people are scared to death in front of that judge enough to tell them, no, you're not going to do certain things. They're ordering you to pay a fine. You can say, no, I'm not paying it, you know. But people are afraid, oh, no, I'll go to jail. I better bow before the king. And, you know, my friend, she's like scared to death telling me I was going to be held in contempt of court. And I said, no, I'm not. But I just get adamant in that way. You have to stand up for yourself if you want respect. That's what they do. So you don't have to listen to some other man. Now, if you commit a crime, that's a whole different story. Then I think that you owe a debt to that person that you harmed or whatever. But if it's victimless and whatnot, no, you don't owe the court nothing. You don't owe them your money. Right now, I keep trying to tell everybody that, you know, wants to argue about the cops. Well, cops are officers of the court, the same as the judge. And if the cops are being told to arrest people for stuff that's only supposed to be a citation, they're working with the court. So the cops kidnap you off the street, drag you into court. The judge has them out there with the guns, you know, making sure you show up. Well, there's a lot of ways to deal with that. But people have accepted that system. They've accepted the scientific system, education system. They're all institutions. And then you have these people that say, hey, we're just going to treat you like crap and put all this on your dinner plate and you're going to eat it. Well, you don't have to eat it. You don't have to participate in it. But that's a personal choice, at least in my opinion. I don't like people bossing me around, pushing me around. I'm good at doing that myself. But people are willing to take that bribe check. That's what I call it, bribery. It's a usury check. People think that their taxes pay for police. No, it doesn't. All taxes that are collected end up going to pay the supposed debt that doesn't really exist except on paper and pencil. And then you have, like that lady was saying, all these things to distract you, to keep you bogged down and held down mentally. But it's your own mind that's doing it because you're participating in it. So participation is the choice you make. You either participate or you don't.
Sorry about that, damn dogs.
That's all right. My little regret. They keep
Freaking Moonshadow or Peanut was laying over here whining, and I was like, "What in the fuck is she whining about?" As soon as I got up, all the dogs gathered around, go right to the door.
My brats, my people brats, 2-legged brats, keep letting out the 4-legged brats, and then don't come back and get them. So give me a second. I gotta let them back in.
Here's the rest of that story on that asteroid. It's $10 gazillion worth.
Asteroid flying between Mars and Jupiter that they believe is comprised of about $10 quintillion worth of minerals. That's about $1.4 billion for everybody on Earth. The thing is 140 miles across, made out of iron and nickel, so it's not your average space junk. NASA will launch a probe in 3 months to try to visit the rock named Psyche. NASA says it's not interested in space mining at this time, and it hopes the probe will instead tell us more about how planets are formed.
That's all there is to this one, too? How come it stops it? That's stupid. But it's going to tell them how planets are formed. I thought they already knew how fucking planets were formed. Didn't they already know that?
Oh, well, I thought it was a bunch of nothing that banged together.
Yeah, I think I got a little video on how the Earth was formed somewhere here. Is this one it?
Oh, look at
No, that's not. Oh, here's the planet Nick. You're gonna love this.
Oh, look at me. I'm retarded. I'm a globe.
I know it's stupid, but what the hell? Where's that one that shows how the planets came together? It shows it. Here, this is it. The formation of Earth. Let me back this up a little bit. So this is what I thought they already knew this. I thought they already knew this is how planets are formed. This is the formation of Earth.
Yeah, right.
Now, how come they just stick together? They don't bounce away from each other? Why would they stick together? Oh, there's some other little things over there flying around for some unknown reason. Oh, it's going to be the moon. Come on.
Right.
Oh, they got to throw their little Pangea horse shit in there too. Watch.
I mean, there's been enough that's gone on in my lifetime where anyone that buys into this BS and doesn't see the truth, because dirt is formed continuously, and if you pay attention to like the islands and the coastlines and stuff. You know, we get dust and all kinds of debris and everything else that comes up from the air, the water, and everything. You can have a very rocky climate, and in just a matter of a few years, you can have a lot of kind of vegetation on it. You know,
Well, look what that guy did.
seeds from the birds.
Look what that guy did in the 60s. He made this little biosystem inside of a bottle,
Right.
sealed it up. He opened it once in 1972 and added some water to it. And it's been sealed ever since. And there's plants, there's a whole little ecosystem inside this thing.
Right.
What the hell?
Well, I
You
mean,
know?
I was watching this one video, and this was in Hawaii, and these people bought this land super cheap because it was nothing but dried up lava, and they just brought in a bunch of waste, you know, stuff like hay or grass, leaves, whatever they could get their hands on.
Mm-hmm.
And and wood chips and what have you, and just started stacking it up and turned it into a beautiful garden. But they got it so dirt cheap because it was just lava. But the thing is it didn't stay that way.
Here you go. Oh, wait, that's the wrong one. Stop that. Bring this one up. It's dead. This is the shit that gets me. People are really down. This is how they used to show rockets landing in those old 1950s sci-fi movies and shit, right? Watch this ridiculous shit.
And we see those aft fins steering the booster over the landing pad.
Booster.
If you're in West Texas, you may be hearing a sonic boom coming up here as we break through the sound barrier.
BE3 engine relay, just 2,000 feet to go before the landing pad.
Landing gear deploying. Oh, love that shot. I can't tell you how many people have told us they thought that this looks like CGI, but indeed one of these most beautiful shots in the West Texas desert. We have booster touchdown.
Congratulations,
Yeah, we
New
got
Shepard
booster
propulsion
touchdown,
module
all right.
and the BE3 engine for providing just the right feathered thrust to come in for the nice hovering land. And
Now, here's what gets me.
Where's the balance of that object?
Right. How in the hell is that thing maneuvering?
Right.
What control surfaces does it have?
And for her to even say, and some people will call this CGI. What was the point of that? Throwing that in there?
Because they knew how bad it looked. I mean,
Yeah.
watch this shit. This is ridiculous.
I mean, heck, why not from when it's 2 feet from the ground, you just jump and you'd never land so hard.
If you're in West Texas, you may be hearing a sonic boom.
You're gonna hear a
coming up
sonic
here
boom.
as we break through the sound barrier.
BE3
Oh, look at this. No, that's just ridiculous to begin with. But keep your eye on it. Look, it's still coming. Now those things come out, and that's what? How did it all of a sudden get enough thrust?
Love that shot.
Yeah.
Can't tell you how many people
And
have
what's
told us they
keeping
thought
it?
I say it looks like it's just in reverse.
shots in the West
Yeah, I do
Texas desert.
too. I mean, what the hell is keeping it vertical?
Congratulations,
Right.
New Shepard
What's
propulsion
keeping it
module
vertical?
and the BE3
Nothing.
engine for providing just the right feathered thrust to come in for the
That would be that
hovering
power point at that bottom of
See
that
those
rocket.
fins steering the
The
booster
balance in something to go that far, that
Yeah, that would
straight,
that
without,
rocket point would be like a fulcrum,
right?
right? No, there ain't no fucking way that's real.
No.
Nope. Not gonna fool my mama's baby boy.
I mean, you could video it and then just turn around and just bring it back and just reverse the footage and say, this is what it did. Right?
Yeah. Yeah, look here. You saw it on
We've
TV.
seen a lot of instant replays, and sometimes they'll even replay them backwards, right? We know them football guys weren't running backwards back in the day, right?
Right.
Remember when they do that shit?
Yep.
Reverse it and then play it forward again?
Yep.
That's all they're doing. But yeah, I mean, you have to think logically. There's no way the amount, I mean, the balance in that thing to go that far, that it's impossible.
Take a pen or anything like this vape or whatever,
Right.
balance it on the end of your finger and try to lower it down onto the desk or
Right.
onto a table, or try to lower it down at all and see what you have to do to keep that thing from tipping side to side.
Right.
You have all kinds of crazy motions going and you can't keep up with them. That fucking thing's not doing that. So
right.
That's just stupid. That's just stupid. Not to get too far afield, but this thing here just reminded me of this. Makes me feel good. I've helped. It seems I've helped to bring a lot of people to understand the nature of alcohol.
Yeah.
And I get messages and comments and things from time to time that really keep me going on that, and it makes me feel good that I've been able to open up some people's eyes to that, because it is a really heavy duty, debilitating drug. And I ran across this and I just wanted to play it and see what this girl has to say about it, because I'm telling you, man, that's a serious one. You clear that shit out of you and you can really start to see the light, man. You really can.
Yeah, like, of course, it is the drug alcohol that is legal. The word alcohol comes from the Arabic word al-kaul, meaning body, eating, spirit. It means that you actually get further away from your soul when drinking alcohol, further away from spirituality, further away from who you are, and you're vibing at one of the lowest frequencies possible. And of course, society wants us to be on that drug, because put people on the drug that is taking them away from their biggest awakening on this planet, because we can't have everyone in their power. But we're smarter now. We're starting to see through all of this. And I'm not telling anybody to not drink alcohol. I'm saying when you do, be aware that when you do, you're getting further away from who you truly are, from your essence and your core being. If you drink alcohol, then do it with the awareness to what the spirit alcohol really is and what it's really doing with you.
I agree, man. 100%.
Yeah, like, of course.
We saw what it did to Nick. Look at the fool he made of himself. And this is a guy who's should want to have a good reputation given his vocation. Right?
I agree with that.
So that
also, I used to always say that alcohol brought out the real person. That's when you really truly knew what they were thinking, and because they spew out what's really in their heart, what's really within them. So
Yes.
it tells you what kind of spirit they have.
Yes. Oh, this is pretty.
Don't call it spirits for nothing. But
No.
also, I do thoroughly believe that there's, people that abuse it, and then I don't think that it's all bad, because my great grandfather on my dad's side, his mom's dad, he lived to be 98 or 99 and had a shot of whiskey every night before he went to bed. But he didn't go out and get drunk or filthy drunk or any of that kind of stuff. Maybe in his younger years, but
we got We got Brian Stavely's in the chat here tonight too. Brian, what do you think about what's that echoing? Who's echoing?
I don't know. Maybe it's
I think it was Kevin. So, Brian, check this out. What do you think about that one picture I sent you? When I sent that to you, C3PO was all gold. And I went and looked at it and it's changed to silver. That came from a BBC TV show. And on that, and that's why I sent it to you, because he was all gold. The fucking picture changed since I sent it to you, bro. What do you think about that? That's like the only one that I ever saw happen that quickly to something was when it happened with that Bragg apple cider that I had. And I had just bought it and I heard about the change and I went and opened up the cupboard and it had changed. And I'm like, what the fuck? Oh my God, he saw it as silver when it came to him. Yeah, I would have never bothered sending you one with a silver leg. There's plenty of those going around. I specifically grabbed that because I was like, even the BBC TV show fucked it up. Yeah, I was like, okay. So I don't know, man. There's some crazy shit going on with that. But the only other time that apple cider shit. What'd you say, Kevin?
I don't know. I'm echoing it for some reason. I must have a background or something.
You got it open probably in two places or something. Or are you on Chrome? If you're using Chrome,
you know I am.
They have an issue.
Yeah, I'm having that issue, but not on my phone though. I never had an issue on my phone. It's only been on my laptop.
Huh.
And I haven't tried to use Microsoft Edge on my laptop either, because I think I might be able to get past all the Chrome crap. Because they want to shut off my mic and my camera for some reason.
Huh.
And I don't even get a camera up in the text line. So yeah,
I'm using.
Maybe they're trying to tell you have an ugly mug. Just joking.
It's not just that. It's not just that. It's just that I can't use my laptop to hook up with you guys because I have to use my phone in order to even be part of it.
Wow.
So, what's this about stealing audiences? You ain't got to worry about stealing nobody's audience. Iron Horse, your audience, my audience, everybody. We're all in this together, man. We're all in this together. And if you're here, that means you're not online. And if I'm here, then I'm not. Hey, right? YouTube deleted 600 of almost 900 views as soon as today's show ended. Dude, I know. Look, they do that shit with me. It's not that severe though. Not that severe, but they've got a hard on for you, Brian. And I would bet that it has a little bit to do with how you fucked so hard with one of the shekel grabblers in that Dr. Judy Wood. You pissed off a high level fucking small hat, bud. For real. You pissed off a high level one. I forgot what this was. I was going to show you all now. Ha! Been talking too long. Oh, it's about the Freemasonry in the public school system. William Cooper. We were just talking about how this indoctrination, and that's the thing. I want to free people's minds away from this and I know you got pats on your back for your papers and your degrees and your diplomas, and people said, "Attaboy," and you're really smart, but you gotta really understand what it was that was done to you. You were educated, but educated doesn't mean made smart. Educated means programmed. This is why in these dystopian communist countries and shit, they have what's known as re-education camps. Well, if our brainwashing didn't take the first time, we're going to put forth a more severe form of it, remedial, so to speak. So let's see what old Bill Cooper
Well,
had.
wouldn't you just rather be dead than to bow down to stupidity?
Oh, I'll die on my feet before I bow down to anybody. That's all there is to that.
Same
I'm
here.
hard fucking headed motherfucker. I won't do it. You resent authority. No,
I am authority.
I'm doubting I'm doubting that your authority even fucking exists. That's what
My
I'm saying.
authority is equal to your authority.
There you go. You don't have any authority. Shut up.
Exactly. When people wake up to that fact, that's when all hell's going to break loose.
But I
Because
have
everybody's going to say, we're done with your shit.
But I have a suit in these papers and patents
I
and
don't care.
nobility and shit, right?
I
Same
don't
here.
care.
Same here. So good, you got something to wipe your ass with when you shit. Then there you go.
I have lamb's ears growing out in my yard if I need toilet paper bad enough.
There you go, man. Let's see what old Bill Cooper said. It's been taken over. Listen,
let's get in.
I remember getting in trouble at school because I took some of my Halloween candy to school. And it wasn't because I had the candy. It was because I wouldn't share it with everybody else. Like, I gave some to my friends, but if there's that little son of a bitch over there that I can't stand him, I'm not giving him none of my fucking candy. Right.
Right.
And so they were giving me this bullshit where if you give some to somebody, you have to give it to everybody. And I was like, no, what is this? The Karl Marx Elementary School? And they called my dad, and my dad says, well, is it? What makes you think that other deadbeat kid has any claim to the candy that he went out and trick-or-treated for?
Right.
You know? And I was seeing the socialist nature of shit in school, and when I was in elementary, I was seeing that kind of shit. And I was like this hive-minded bullshit. And I was like, man, no, I don't want to think like these morons. Why are you locking me in this building with these stupid people every day? What the fuck is going on here? You know? And as soon as I found out I could get out of there, I did, baby. That was it.
Same here.
Into something here that concerns us all. Concerns me because I have a little daughter. Concerns you because many of you have children, and if you don't, maybe you will someday, or maybe you have grandchildren, or maybe you have nieces and nephews, or somebody young that you care about. The watchwords of the French Revolution were liberty, equality, and fraternity, which at first sound quite commendable, don't they? The words that actually began the French Revolution were, and I quote, "Now is the time," end quote. You look around, you'll see those words being used more and more in this country, and it will surprise you exactly who is using them. I'll say it again for you so you can listen for it. Quote, "Now is the time," end quote. See, our forefathers were escaping from tyranny. They were escaping from religious persecution. They were escaping from persecution by kings and queens and despots.
Oh, Reginald, what would be a good uniform for us to use since we're going to be shooting at each other? Well, I would say probably a bright red jacket with a white X across the front would be sufficient. Yes, very well.
So
they were
true.
escaping from British Freemasonry. They were escaping from what was taking hold on the continent, which caused the French Revolution, which eventually became known as socialism. You see, Marx didn't invent socialism. It was a long, long time before he came along. He just put it into words. He wrote down the tenets of socialism. There's a battle going on underground between power groups. And there are four main groups.
That's good old Uncle Joe there. We busted our ass to help him spread communism through Europe in the 40s.
Ladies and gentlemen. Now, I'm not going to go into that tonight because I've done it many, many times. I want to talk about the NEA tonight, the National Education Association. The watchwords of the French Revolution were liberty, equality, and fraternity. By liberty was meant license to do your own thing. Morality rebelling against authority. By equality was not meant equal opportunity, but a leveling of the masses under philosopher kings and elite, including educational, who through social engineering would shape a socialistic society. And by fraternity was not meant a brotherhood based upon the Holy Bible or based
We lost it.
upon what all ethical systems have in common, headed by a master race who consider themselves to be the only truly mature minds in the world, and the other races and the masses of people are the children to be taken care of.
There we go. We're going to have a little circle of despair.
Now, humanistic education is religious proselytizing of students in opposition to biblical beliefs, and it's evident from a statement by John Dewey, who was the co-author of the first Humanist Manifesto, coincidentally published in 1933. If you really think it's a coincidence, you better think again.
There's a lot of shit happened in 1933, man.
Right. Well, look at what we have. We have fraternities and colleges. We have the Fraternal Order of Police who run the police, you know, and oversee the police. And yeah, everybody belongs to these private clubs. They call fraternities, right?
Fraternity.
Fraternal Order of Police, right?
Yeah.
Don't
It's
they
always
have-
like that little we're going to cover up for each other's bullshit is
Yeah.
what that means. That's what a fraternity is. We cover up for each other's
Right.
bullshit.
It's a private club.
Yeah. So no wonder cops don't go after these fucking assholes in high level positions that are
Right.
doing this shit because they're brother Masons. You see?
Well, a private club sets its own rules. It governs itself and whatever's within that, and they can decide who can or cannot, because it's private and whatnot. Someone on the outside cannot attack them. Wait a minute, you know, we govern ourselves, just like with the police. Don't they govern themselves? Don't they investigate themselves?
And
Well,
find that
we
they've done nothing
investigate
wrong.
ourselves, find nothing wrong, right?
Yep.
And so
That's
you
exactly
have,
right.
that's the way a private club works.
Well, right. They come up and they say, hey, would you like to join a club where if you reveal any of the secrets, we get to cut out your tongue and rip your guts out and tie them to trees and do all kinds of heinous shit to you? I don't know. Hey, there's little silly hats. Oh, son of a bitch, I'm in. Fuck, let's do it. Right? That's how
the
you get in.
membership protects you.
It does. And you get the cool little hat. So I'm going to be a Shriner.
He was also the Honorary National Education Association president, ladies and gentlemen, in 1932. In Religion and Our Schools, published in the Hibbert Journal in July 1908, John Dewey said this, and I quote, "Our school..."
What in the hell does the queers got to have a flag about? Are they a country or something?
I have no idea. Maybe they are. Maybe they are taking over the country.
I mean, what is that all about? Got to have a flag for it.
I mean, flags were created to show country of origin in the maritime, you know, shipping.
I don't know, man.
That's what the flag actually represents.
Right. So you know what that
country of
was.
origin.
Well, and it was also used as a sigil marker for battle lines. This is where the Confederate battle flag came from. Everybody thinks that stars and bars hung over the Confederate Capitol, and nothing could be further from the truth. You know, you've never actually seen the American flag is, there's two flags. We have a wartime flag and we have a peacetime flag.
Right.
You've only ever saw our wartime flag.
The other one's more white.
No, it's vertical stripes.
Yes.
The red and white stripes are vertical on the peacetime flag. And on the wartime flag, they're horizontal. We've always been at war. We've never had a time where we're not at war. And not necessarily declared, but we're always somebody's backyard fucking with somebody. Always.
Well, I was watching something the other day. They've been showing some corruption there in Elkhart, Indiana. And in they were before the commissioners. And the flag does not have gold fringe. Okay, this is an internal thing. Yeah. It has no gold fringe on it. And I noticed that right away. It's right behind the supposed, panel of commissioners. And so it's a cop that's, being a whistleblower and such. But anyways, as I'm watching that, I point that out. And I was kind of surprised that in that chat, nobody even commented back on that.
Mm-mm.
Like, they're just numbskulls. I mean, what else are you going to call people that don't see the obvious?
Right.
Look, they're not at war with themselves, but you walk in a courtroom, there's gold fringe on that. They're at war with you.
Yep.
But in that commissioner's meeting, there's just no, I mean, it's just crazy to me.
Yeah,
they're not at war with each other. They're just putting on a show. The gold fringe is gone. It's just a regular flag.
People don't notice nothing. They don't notice a fucking thing at all. They're like a bunch of little scared rabbits caught in the goddamn headlights of a car coming at them. And they're just darting around. Their attention's darting around all over the place. They don't notice anything. They're focused on this dot, focused on that dot, like a fucking chicken.
They're busy with that Pokemon hunt or whatever they do on their phone.
Yeah, I don't think
walking
they're doing
out
that
in front of cars, getting ran over. Those people have done some really crazy things.
Well, yeah.
And this is just how distracted, and I mean serious distraction.
Well, look at that movie Netflix did, right? The movie about the Leave Tomorrow Behind, right? So the very ending of it, that girl, that character, that daughter, the biggest thing in her world was being online, even though the world was coming to literally an end.
Right.
Her biggest problem was she couldn't see the last episode of Friends and wasn't able to get online.
Right.
And she represents a lot of, and notice she was wearing a NASA shirt. She represents Americans as a whole in that movie, because when she finds the bunker at the very end, she finds that house with a bunker and there's plenty of junk food. She's got all her junk food, shows her eating nothing but junk food, right?
Yeah.
And there's this big ass TV and a recliner and all the movies she could ever want, in addition to all the episodes of Friends on DVD.
Well, me and my friends, we used to go out to the lake, and me and my best friend, we'd stay out the lake for the whole day, for pretty much. And some of our friends, they would have to leave because their soap operas were coming on and they had to get home. I said, hey, you can stay home on Mondays and Fridays. You'll learn what's going to happen in the whole entire week. But they had to be there every day. If they came out to meet us, they had to wait either till their soap opera was over, or they would come before and then go home and make sure they were there in time for it.
Something Angela might mean most of her prayers right now. I know that one of her animals was sick. I'm hoping that it gets better, but she wasn't real positive on the outlook. So yeah, I know that's a bummer, Angela. I'm sorry to hear about that. So, prayers to
little guinea pigs or something.
Yeah. We who was it? My son, one of my son's friends that was living with him had a guinea pig, and Fabio, the big German shepherd of mine, loved that thing, and that guinea pig loved him. That thing would cuddle right up to him.
Yeah.
And he'd just sit there and let it cuddle up to him. He loved that little thing. And he's not usually like that. He don't want the other animals around, like the other dogs coming up and laying against him and shit. He don't really care for that. He usually growls at Moonshadow to get away from him. So, but that was funny as shit. That little guinea pig, he was just, when he first met it, he was just so enamored. And then he laid down on the floor, and the little guinea pig came over and laid up right up against him and shit. And he's like, oh boy, I love that.
Yeah.
Pretty
When I
cool.
had Riley and my rabbit, they had run of the house, they come in and out. But I also fixed my yard so that nothing could get under or get out. And Mr. Snookums would go outside every time Riley went outside, come back in, Dixie. They'd all curl up on the blanket and sleep together. Animals are way more better than people. They get
Oh
along
God,
heck
yeah.
of a lot better.
That's why I
Had
love
it-
that's why I love my dogs, man. They're just,
Yeah.
they're the best.
Had a cockatiel, and my kids, I got them, those great big huge, they're like a baseball sized jawbreaker. I got them for my kids, and well, we had a little Pomeranian, and he got the jawbreaker out of one of the kids' bags. And then the bird, the
Oh,
cockatiel,
no.
went over there and rolled it out from underneath him right while he was eating it with him growling.
Push button said that the little guinea pig died.
Oh,
Sorry to hear that. That's so sad. I know
Yes,
how
that
that
is
can be,
sad.
lose a friend like that. It happens. We all going that way. I think that like dogs and stuff, they don't have to be here as long because they already came in here good.
Right.
Yeah. Anyway, let me finish this up.
Well,
are performing an infinitely religious work. They're promoting the social unity out of which, in the end, genuine religious unity must grow. Religion, associated with dogmatic beliefs, we see disappearing. It is the part of man to labor persistently and patiently for the clarification and development of the positive creed of life, and to work for the transformation of all practical instrumentalities of education till they are in harmony with these ideas, end quote. John Dewey was a 33rd degree Freemason of the Scottish Rite. It's the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry that promoted the National Education Association, promoted public school systems run by state governments, and now has promoted the United States Department of Education to turn all of our kids over to Big Brother.
Mm.
And we've got all of their publications over all these years to prove every word that I just said. Coincidentally, their magazine used to be called The New Age.
Yeah.
The non-dogmatic positive creed of life, which Dewey would come to call a common faith, was like the humanistic brotherhood and sisterhood of the French Revolution, also brought about by Freemasonry. And the NEA has been perhaps the organization most responsible for furthering the principles of the French Revolution in the United States in this century. Folks, the chronology of this labor union during all this time is absolutely incredible. The National Education Association distributes, quote, Combating the New Right, end quote, which is a training program developed by the NEA Western States Regional Staff. It criticizes Phyllis Schlafly, Mel and Norma Gablett, Howard Phillips, and other members of the New Right. The program tells a teacher, quote, you are a target of the far right, end quote, if, quote, you ask students to examine their values, teach sex education, ever indicate it may be okay to lie, teach about values different from those of the student's parents, teach that anything goes, or if you feel it's okay, do it. Train your students to be global citizens, teach humanism, etc. End quote. I believe that all adults are free to do anything not expressly forbidden by the Constitution of the United States of America, the Constitution of their state, or the laws of the community in which they live, provided they never injure the person or property of any other human being. But I draw the line in teaching this stuff to children who are below an age of understanding of what they are being taught, or the ability to discern how they are to use what they are being taught. If this is to be taught, it should be taught in the home and not in the school by these Marxist socialists who are bent upon destroying the greatest nation.
God bless America.
That's ever existed upon the face of this earth, so that they can have
every time I do that
their one world totalitarian socialist utopian government.
So that was 1995. He was telling people about that.
Yeah. I just don't agree with that all being the Masons. I'm sorry, but I don't agree with that. If you go back in history, it's been going long before the Masons ever entered into any kind of compact or any private club or anything like that. So I think they're a good scapegoat because of the things they've been involved in.
Mm-hmm. They seem to have their dirty little fingerprint on all kinds of shit. That's
yes,
all
they do. Yes, they do.
And that's what I see. And like we've had people on here before that say, "Oh well, there's good ones and there's bad ones," and I'm just like with the cops. If there's good cops, why aren't they doing anything about the bad cops?
Exactly.
Right. How are you gonna? And you mean to tell me you can't do something to another Mason if they're doing something bad because he's a fellow brother?
Right.
That's fucking bullshit, right there.
Same thing with the police department.
Yeah. Well, most of them are Masons too.
So.
Most of them are Masons too.
Yeah.
I'm going to ask the wife about Rita Moreno. Some people were talking about that. So, do you remember? I could go to the top of the stairs and ask her, but I'm not going to. Rita.
I just see a lot of the blame game. I've seen it since I was, a kid. People started blaming other people for what they believed or what they thought or what they did, These
people are knucking futs, man.
Right.
In the world is that? Keeping track of millions of people is easier than we think. The truth is this: technology is so advanced that just one, not the most sophisticated, AI-powered drone can track almost anything in a given area. For example, in a city neighborhood where hundreds or thousands of people may live. And what's next? Limitless control. Whoa, that looks crazy. Check this out. Fuck. Look at that TV show, man. It's just like in that TV show, Person of Interest. Jim Caviezel used to be in that. You remember that?
No, I didn't watch that.
Oh, that'll freak the wife out. Good, it knows everything.
Although internet connections, all those cell phone connections, that's an easy thing to do.
Yeah. And plus with the satellites.
Well, seriously, whenever I watched that Murdaugh case, and that guy got up there and told how many steps that the phone traveled, I'm like, what the hell? You know, I mean,
Yeah.
he went into depth in all the information they gathered just from the cell phone, where it moved from one location to the next, how many steps that somebody took, if you pick it up, set it down, it knows it. If you check your messages, it knows it because it comes on. So yeah, that's the cell phone itself is just an incredible tracking device. And then all these people that have laptops that they carry from, home to the coffee shop and different, it's all Wi-Fi connected.
Yeah, it is. It is. As Anson said, that road infrastructure been around for a lot longer than claimed too. I said, yeah, most likely. Most likely. Wife didn't answer me, so she might be asleep. I don't know. You guys want to see Buzz Aldrin punch somebody?
Why don't you swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon? Why don't you swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon?
I'm not trying to get
You tell him to get out of here.
This is a hotel.
We'll call the police. We pay.
Come on in here. We'll call the police.
Why don't you swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon?
It doesn't, sir. I have nothing to do with this. But you cannot solicit on this property.
We just paid to rent out the penthouse to shoot up there. So
you can't solicit like this on this property.
Keep shooting.
All right. Well, then I'd go through my measures.
Yeah. You got to keep shooting, man. Okay. Well, you can put it on your shoulder. Don't be shy.
Come with me, Buzz.
You really like it?
You're the one who said you walked on the moon when you didn't. Calling the kettle black, if I ever thought of it. Saying I misrepresented myself.
Away from me.
You're a coward and a liar and a thief. Why don't you swear on the Bible that you...
Did you hear him say, you can't solicit here? You can't.
Yeah, that's not soliciting. Yeah, Mark Pugner says it'll be unstoppable if they give people chip implants. Yeah, well, don't get a chip implant. Don't let them put anything in you. Anything. You've got to be crazy at this point in time if you're allowing these fucking ghouls to put anything in you.
People take medication and they're already chip medication, every pill.
Yes, I've seen that where they gave a demonstration of it. Smart pill, they called it.
I have a friend who's a pharmacist. He's the one that told me about that. I don't take any medication.
Oh, yeah,
But-
no.
But yeah, he told me about that.
Oh, that's right. Okay, so, right. Did you guys ever see the Russians? They landed on the moon before we did with an unmanned thing. So maybe they didn't lose their technology. Why haven't they been going up to the moon? Why haven't they been trying to go to the moon? I just saw a thing the other day where Putin was being shown how the moon photographs that we have are fake. And he's now on board, supposedly, that the moon mission was faked. Uh-oh. Vlad.
A happy landing for Russia's unmanned Luna 17 spacecraft and a big step forward for Soviet scientists in Lenin's Jubilee year. The first self-propelled vehicle ever to drive across the lunar landscape is controlled from Earth. It's called Lunicod 1, and here's how this extraordinary Heath Robinson 8-wheeler was
God bless you.
rolled down from the spacecraft onto the Sea of Rain. The size of the vehicle hasn't been disclosed, but it's been sending back television pictures and carries, among other equipment, a laser reflector. It's been used to survey the moon's surface. So now Soviet space experts have proved their theory that space exploration can be carried out by automatic equipment without risking the lives of astronauts. To Russia, Lunokhod is worth its weight in moon dust.
It's worth its weight in moon dust, man.
I wonder how much moon dust weighs.
I don't know, man. It's I guess it weighs about the same as any other dust, don't it? I don't know. What's it made? It's made out of moon, so. Oh, for fuck's sake. We need some humor. Hang on.
Yeah, we do.
We need some humor.
Food. I just couldn't stop thinking about it.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So, I went to the fridge and I opened up the meat drawer. You know what the meat drawer is, right?
Yeah. What was in there?
Well, I'll tell you what was in there. You know that bacon that's like maple? It's got maple flavor.
The maple kind, yeah.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
I took that out and I thought,
Yeah.
I know who would like that. Me. So I ate it.
Oh, no. You're kidding me.
Nope. Not kidding. I also noticed there was some beef in there. Yeah, steak, juicy. Well, I ate that too. But I went back to the fridge just a few minutes ago and I put something together really special. You're going to love this one. I took some chicken.
Yeah.
I put some some cheese on it. Then I covered it with
what?
I covered it with cat treats.
Yeah.
Then guess what?
What?
I gave it to the cat.
That's funny.
That's cute. Yeah, people think that's crazy. I talk to my dogs all the time, man.
Oh, I do too.
Just like they're people, something going on. And
See someone always.
What is this saying? Who cares? Oh my God. So another Nicklaus night. He still remains no-show Nick.
Yeah,
I really did. I thought that by now he would have come back to, maybe have an excuse for why he didn't make it to the Mimsland at the prescribed time that he demanded I give him. I mean, I went through a lot of effort telling him that 7, 8, or 12 times. The same thing over and over. Actually, pretty much. But he was so drunk, I told him he could fly into Baltimore. And then he said, okay, so I could fly into Boston. And I'm like, no, Baltimore. It's wrong city, Nick. Holy shit. Just go to Dulles. Just go to Dulles, rent a car, get on fucking 81 and go south, man. Just do it. So I asked the wife, she doesn't remember Rita Moreno dying. So I don't know. We need a break. Yes. What's going on? Russian mod, Hunter Biden linked to Ukraine biolab financing. Well, we knew that. Let me just look through here real quick. Something I saw.
I just wonder how long it will take people to finally, everyone to say enough's enough. I mean, I've been saying enough's enough for my lifetime and standing up, where I could, when I could, but you always stand alone, And so I just keep wondering, when will people stop forcing each other to stand alone while, those with assumed power continue to keep wielding their authority over everybody's head as if they have any.
Yep. What we got going on over here in the Chatterenio? What do we got going on? We would rather not deal with Nick tonight. Oh, come on, Brian. The chicks go fucking crazy when Nick comes on. They're like, oh, it's Nick Full. Gosh.
Yeah, right.
Come on, Dream.
He wasn't after us women. He was
No,
after
he wasn't.
men.
He was.
Women are not within his radar.
He was chasing after somebody's booty hole, in here.
Yeah, it had nothing to do with the women.
No, maybe not. I think him and Sean Hawkins got a thing going on. You know?
They might. They truly might.
It would work. I could see it. I mean, I could actually see that.
I mean, they could be best friends or more.
What is this thing doing to me here? What?
Sean has never proven anything, yet he wants all this so-called proof of something that doesn't exist.
What is it now?
I said Sean Hawkins keeps wanting all this proof, even though he has never proven anything himself.
Right.
But he wants all this proof that doesn't exist,
It's strict reversal. This is what they do. It's reversal, right? So here they come on the scene with a ridiculous claim like you live on this ball flying around through space, and somehow against all physics air sticks to it, and we have this thing called gravity that nobody can prove or demonstrate.
Well, that's why I tell them to prove it. It's you that's claiming that there's a globe, so prove it.
Right.
All you've ever seen was the one on your teacher's desk or at the local store. You've never seen an actual working model, and that one that you've seen has just been paper and ink.
I got there. And it says right down here, decorative use only on it. I'll download that.
You can't use that to travel.
No. Damn, it almost fits in my glove box. I could use that.
Yes,
it's like
but
they got a globe.
My globe has a compass on it.
It's like they use a globe to navigate the seas. Oh, of course they do. But see, this is the thing people don't get about this is that these all say this somewhere on them. Over here. What does that say? Decorative use only. You're going to find that on all of them.
Yeah.
You're going to find that on all of them. Because that's a fantasy. Okay. And there are a lot, unfortunately, and that's the thing, man. What deception. And to deceive the world.
Right.
Into thinking they live someplace other than where they really do.
Well, see, I think the world is a different place than Earth. The world is the one they constructed. Earth is where we live.
Right. So much of this world that people don't even understand. Like this is amazing right here. Watch this. This is levitation using frequency. What? Oh, I didn't show it. I didn't have it on the screen. Fuck. I was sitting here thinking I was sharing this goddamn thing, and I'm watching it, and nobody else is seeing it. Son of a bitch.
Yeah, I thought you was looking for it.
No, I found it. Shit. What the fuck? That was cool. That is cool as shit. Hutchinson. Is that I don't think that's from Hutchinson though. Energy. Let's see, with certain combinations. Oh, so this thing also, this is funny as shit too. Okay, so the little caption thing says free energy, also known as levitation technology, is the independent generation of energy. With certain combinations of frequencies, objects or stones weighing tons can be lifted. Okay, and there's this little, I'm going to go ahead and hit that link so we can see what that's about right there. Something about the Book of Wisdom. It's a book you can buy. All right. But anyway, here's their reader's note. This is like their version of fact checkers.
Yeah.
Free energy machines are fake. Oh, okay. It's just a big no. It's not. Don't look here. Don't look behind that curtain. Pay no attention to the man behind that curtain. God damn. These people. Some of their bullshit that they got to run on us. What was this? It says this is an old commercial. Hang on a second. It says this is an old commercial that was played during Christmas on MTV. Very clever how they were able to mimic a child sacrifice right in everyone's face. All right, it's only 37 seconds. Let's see what that's about. God bless fucking America.
Crazy.
That is pretty revealing, really, if you think about it. I mean, check this out. Look at the symbolism in this, man. You got the little red sash around the little girl's waist.
Right.
Look at the symbolism in that.
Right, and all the red stuff on the dress that wasn't there before.
Right.
And the head on the other person in the background.
Get that Baphomet head on, goat head.
Yeah.
Yeah, they do put shit right in your face, man.
Yeah. I do think more and more people are starting to see it, but I just don't know if everybody's going to ever be totally with it. I think there's still too much fear in the world. People are too scared.
Yeah, I think so. As long as they're like the little girl.
That's fucking insane.
They're like the little girl in that movie, where as long as they got their fucking doodle puffs and their fucking TV and shit, you know, everything's okay. You know, and that's exactly how they operate. That's the place they operate from, man. At all times, you know. Oh my God, what is this? Oh my God! So Mike Oxbig, you know, robot polisher. He's funny.
Yeah.
He's got this thing on here. It says, "I'm pretty sure Caleb broke this man. Don't be a frothing glober, kids." And this is the video he put out. It ought to be pretty good. I like Mike. I like robot polisher shit. He's pretty cool.
That is literally therapy for me. Destroying the scientific illiteracy and the stupidity of someone like the Southern Israelite is my therapy. It makes me feel good. Oh, oh yeah. I've got to say that felt fucking amazing. I've been waiting 5 years
to destroy that piece of shit.
Finally, he gets the guts to step up to me. And instead of talking about the flat earth, spouts a bunch of nonsense about science that he doesn't understand. So when we get to the flat earth, I systematically rip him apart, bit by bit. I expose his stupidity, his lack of knowledge, his retardation. I expose him for what he is. And guys, if you wonder why I call him a racist piece of shit, then just go and fucking look at his YouTube channel. Oh yeah, that felt good.
That felt fucking good.
What a fucking lunatic, man. And he doesn't destroy anything. He just interrupts and overtalks people, and acts condescending, and then sits there with that little stupid fucking turd dollop hairdo of his, man. What the fuck is with these guys in that hair, man? Why are they doing that?
Well, I always thought people did that to their babies way back in the day.
What is it going to analyze?
I guess it's kind of sort of like the colored hairdos and weird hairstyles and stuff that they now have.
Well, that just looks like he just got done getting a fucking swirly. I mean, for real.
Yeah.
The dude looks like he's, yeah. That's what happens from repeated swirlies, man. Yeah, he is a mental case, Brian. He is. He's a fucking goofball, man. And like I said, you know,
what do they think they're gaining? What do they think? They act like they've won something, like the Publishers Clearinghouse.
Yeah. Right.
You know, right now the house is up for winning.
Yeah, right.
But I mean, come on. What do these people think they've won? They can't show us an actual working model globe. And they think they've won something, and they won't show us what the damn prize is.
No. I keep asking her, like, what's the fucking prize? What did you win? What is it that you actually won?
I know. Is it, I mean, even the Golden Globes, they hold up that little statue, right?
Right. Some kind of a little thing, a trophy or something, you know, even a
brownie buttons.
Yeah, some kind of thing. Should be, you know, some kind of satisfaction involved there. But there's not, you know.
They didn't win a damn thing. The only thing they've won is to look retarded in front of the rest of the world.
Well, their biggest goal is to capture those that are curious, okay, and try to rail them back into, you know, and I'm talking about people that are watching it, right? And reel them back into, even with, oh, I wouldn't want this guy to ridicule me. That's going to be in the back of their fucking mind too. So. And it's to keep them wrangled into the fucking deception. But it doesn't work. And I think that they're going about it the wrong way, because all they look like are frothing fucking lunatics.
They're just helping the cause.
You know, if I was to be judging based just on what I, you know, evidence and what I see, I would say that guy is really desperate for his idea that is ridiculous to be true.
Yeah.
Okay. And it seems to me that these people that believe in the globe are fucking insane. They are clinically fucking insane. Look at Nick Volt. Look at that goddamn guy. Well, look at who's that other dumb son of a bitch, Cy Mandan. Right. Look at little pasty man titties fucking McToon. Look at that little fucking evil son of a bitch, right? Fuck him too, you know. But here's the deal: if we don't allow them to come onto our platforms and fuck with us, now I any day I'll welcome someone up here that does legitimately want to talk it over. Or, you know, they're curious, or they even just want a civilized debate. but they can't because there is no debate.
Right.
You understand? Their shit falls apart right from the get-go. So there is no debate. And the only thing they have left after once that's decimated is ridicule and condescending attitudes. Oh, you don't understand science. Pick up a math book. Blah, blah, blah. You know, that bullshit.
Right.
And it's like, fuck your math book and all the rest of that shit. Show me a ball of gas in a vacuum, you fucking retard. Go
Well,
for
it's
it.
like I agree with what you were saying about Nick. He's really angry at himself for falling for all the bullshit that's been shoved down his throat, and he's probably horrified at the fact that he's lied to how many students over the years. That's a heavy burden to carry.
Well, it's not just that he fell for it. He paid large sums of money
Yeah.
to fall for it.
Yep.
That would piss me off even worse.
I mean, some of these people that keep coming back for more, they're back for a reason. And I don't necessarily think it's just a troll necessarily. I mean, look at Toon. After we got him to agree that his gas was in a container, he's not been back.
No. And he
We
wants to
tripped
claim
him
that
up. We caught him in his bullshit. I said something. Poof, he's gone. Never to return.
which is fine by me because that's what I was going to say. If we stop entertaining those fucks,
Mm-hmm.
and we know fully that they are put out there and propped up by this platform through Google, through the alphabet agencies, because they're desperate.
Yeah.
Okay. They're desperate. They don't want people realizing this. This takes away a bunch of their power. And this is why it's so heavily censored. So one of the tactics that they're using beyond shadow banning and that type of shit and censoring is that they have put out these prop up fucking channels like Professor Douchebag Dave and Mick Loon and fucking Man Titties Fight the Flat Earth and Simon Dan. See, they're put out there and propped up by this platform. Okay. So I don't make any bones about it. I'm only on this platform because there's a lot of people here. That's it. Outside of that, they have nothing to fucking offer.
Once you learn to listen and you hear what they say, you can take their exact words, toss it back in their lap. And almost every time I've tripped them up just by doing that alone. And they agreed with me.
Yeah.
So we know that they know they're not retarded as we think they are. But once they've been caught in the trap, their own trap that they set for themselves, that's whenever they disappear. They're like, oh crap, we got some smarter than us here. We better leave this group alone.
What the fuck is this?
Reminds me of the bullies back in the day. Once you stomp their ass, they don't screw up when you're around.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? Think about it. Once you whip some bully's ass, and they knew if you were around, they'd get their ass kicked if they stepped out of line. They wouldn't step out of line.
Yeah. I've had those experiences. I think I've reiterated them here.
But same shit, different day. They're just thinking they can hide behind the screen. But you can still spank their ass using their own words right back at them.
You know, I thought of something, Dreamy. What if Nick really was so fucking piss-faced drunk that he did buy a ticket, missed his flight, and he's out all that money now?
I don't think so. I doubt it. I mean, he wanted you to book the flight. I think he was having a hard time, finding his mouse and getting the cursor to go where it needed to go.
He picked me up at the airport. He says, sure.
Yeah. He wanted you to book his flight and then give him a ride so he could come to your house to kick your ass.
But he asked my permission too. He said, can I come
know.
kick your ass? Sure. Okay. I'll allow that. Yes.
And then he said, "Do it now, big boy, right now."
It's like, is that how you? That's probably how his mom talked to him.
I mean, I do hope he didn't, get alcohol poisoning or something, like that. But he was pretty dang sloshed.
He stood up and fell back in his chair. I'm gonna have to sit down tomorrow. I'm gonna have to clip that video up, man. I am definitely gonna have to clip that video up because there's so much funny shit in that. That's why I let him stay on there, because it was just like entertainment value of this guy.
It was entertaining.
Come on,
it was sad. It was sad. It's embarrassing. I would not want to be doing that to myself, for all the world to see. But, sometimes people have to go through that, though, to, make changes in their life. And maybe that's what he needs. He's on a quest for something.
Well, poor Harneet. If my name was Harneet, I would call myself Nick too. That almost to me sounds like, a bad diagnosis from your doctor. You're suffering from Harneet. No. How long do I have? Not long. Make arrangements. Fucking gag bag. Remember that guy that filmed the underwater lake? He died. He died.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I wonder why.
One of the strangest places on the ocean's floor was only just discovered in the 1990s. I might agree it's one of a handful of people to ever see it in person.
Without a doubt, one of the most amazing things that I have ever seen in the bottom of the ocean. It was while filming for Blue Planet. It was in the Gulf of Mexico. And I noticed there's something out in the distance. Couldn't tell exactly what, but it looked like a dark band. And as we approached it, the dark band became a donut. I saw this donut. It was black in the center. What the heck is that? And so as we get closer and closer to it, I noticed that the black band had what appeared to be kind of steam over it. And then I looked, and there was water lapping against the shoreline. This band was a ring of mussels. And inside the ring of mussels was a lake. And it's like, wait a minute, I'm already underwater. We went out over the water in this lake and tried to descend in it, and bounced off. It was so super saline and dense that the submarine couldn't go down in it. We literally bounced off, and as we bounced off, we sent ripples heading back to the shoreline. It was insane. I've never seen anything like it.
God damn it. Whoever recorded this sucks.
Yeah.
They were having serious audio issues with that. But I've seen that news report. Yeah, it just seriously crashed.
But did you hear how all that emotion that went into him telling the story?
Yeah. He's a good storyteller. Yeah.
I catch that crap. I'm sorry, but it's like, is this for real or is this just bullshit?
I don't know. Here's the thing that gets me about it is that
maybe it helped I took drama for a year.
Yeah, what gets me is the when he was showing that there's more to that film where he's showing the there's nobody over here. Got 8 people watching on rumble. Where he's showing that eel. You saw that little eel swimming along?
Yeah.
That thing eventually went down into that liquid. He could go like if he dove straight down, but then he'd like almost immediately come back out. And he did this like 3 times, and then that eel literally tied himself in a knot and then kind of shook it off and came to and swam away. But it was obviously some kind of toxicity involved with this super dense fluid, which I don't know what it is.
Well, my understanding, if they're talking about there in the Gulf of Mexico, they're down at the very bottom, there's like all this crust of salt, and the water there is, just super saturated. And so it makes it more, I guess, dense or whatever. It's not the same salinity as outside that area. I mean, I did see a video on it where this guy was talking, but he wasn't being all dramatic like that.
There you go when you get pulled over.
To be honest with you.
I'm being honest with you, dude.
This is gonna go a lot easier if you're honest.
And I will, yeah, dude.
Yeah. What are you on right now, man?
Cloud 9. What? Cloud 9?
No, what are you on right now? You
One.
gotta be honest.
I'm on one, dude. You know what I'm saying?
Stop fucking around. What are you on right now, man?
TikTok, what? Instagram, all of them. I'm on all of them.
I'm not talking about your ads. Drugs.
Sure, if you got some. Yeah, I'm down. You guys partying? Yeah.
To be honest with you.
I'm being honest with
you. Hell yeah, man. You got some drugs. Fuck yes, let's party. What not to say to the police, right?
Yeah.
What is this? Is a cat? This is a jaguar exposed to catnip. What? Why would anybody even have the notion to do that?
All right. They say it's like marijuana to cats.
Stinky.
He likes it. That's a beautiful animal. He's not freaking out like a house cat will.
Well, it's because they used a spray, not
All right.
herb, so he's going to rub himself on it. He ain't dumb. See,
That thing
you
is
have to give
beautiful.
animals more credit. They know the difference between something that's sprayed versus, actual herb.
Oh, I know. What was that the other day? I had these dogs are spoiled, right? They are completely spoiled. And I usually get them the, really good treats, And we had got something that was, a good deal on them, like a great big box of these dog biscuits for, a real good price, real cheapy, right? And they come in from doing their thing outside and they're all over there by the treat cupboard, all waiting to get their treat. And I reached down and I got those out. And I swear to God, I gave one to Peanut. She took it, like started really excited and started to take it. And as soon as it was in her mouth, she just kind of looked at me like, fuck you.
Oh, yeah.
And she just kind of took it and walked away. And then she looked back at me as she was walking away, like, I can't believe you gave me this. And I was like, oh my God, I felt so bad about it. So I haven't bought him no cheap treats.
I'll tell you a good treat for them, and it does keep them busy for a little bit, and that's chicken feet. In the store over here, they call them chicken paws, but chicken feet, because they're a soft bone, and they can chew them. And my little Rugrats, I give it to them. I even give them frozen. I give them to them frozen and call them chicken popsicles.
I'll tell you
it keeps
something.
them busy chewing for a little bit.
Not Peanut. Not Peanut. I've not found anything that she can make last any period of time.
Well, I mean, not like they last a long, long time, but I mean, it keeps them chewing for a little while because they're kind of rubbery.
I brought home something and said long lasting chew. All right, right. Give one to each of the dogs, and I gave one to, to Peanut, and all the other dogs are over there chewing on theirs. And I look at Peanut's just sitting there, and I was like, where the fuck is yours at? She'd already eat it. She'd already chewed it up and ate it.
Well, Delta will just, I mean, I bought the raw hides, and Delta just had hers gone in just a few minutes, and I'm like, what the heck, And I didn't expect her because it was a big one. I did not expect her to eat the whole damn thing, not that fast. And then, but I can give her a chicken feet, and that'll last her a good maybe 10 or so minutes. It keeps her busy for a few. She don't just gobble it down. Plus, it's cheap, and it's fresh food.
This guy in here says this is the result of talking at length with a real Globie in real life. Talk them through what they believe. Be specific. Most of them have no idea of the details in their indoctrination. I mean, belief. Let me see what this is real quick. Usually pretty good.
What is one conspiracy theory that when you first heard it, you were like, that's completely stupid and I don't know how people believe that, but now like on the download, like on the really like download, like secretly, like kind of not really, but like low key to yourself quietly in your head, you're like, you're like just a little bit, you're just like, but you're like too like embarrassed to admit it, like low key, but you're just like, okay, I'll start. Flat Earth. What is one?
She's right. There's a lot of people that they're like, yeah, it makes sense, but I don't want to say anything because they'll catch a lot of smoke. I don't want to say anything. That's insane. Is this what I think it is? I don't know. We'll never know. Well, this fucking thing. What's going on with my... Is this showing a bad signal? No. What the fuck would happen? There. Wow, it doesn't show up on his main page? How's that fucking happening? All right, well, guess we can show it this way.
Yo, and this is some gravy, bro. You guys have heard the idea of a bottom...
Oh, come on, man.
Pit. Well, like, in theory, if you were to get into that central point, go down would be like bottomless, right? Because it would actually take you outside of the torus field in like basically a black hole, ironically, and then the same would go up.
Yeah, I never even considered that.
Yep.
Oh, this isn't what I thought it was. This is from this is like from a voice thing they do on Spaces. Yeah. That's a little, that's not the one I was looking for. Damn it. Oh, look, they're going to make a movie. Pixar's getting ready to make a movie called Magic Island, starring Bill Clinton, Jeffrey Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell. It looks like a good family movie, huh? That's what we got to have. Yeah, I love that picture, Elite. Well, here's some. Hamas released a video showcasing the manufacturing of their locally made snipers. So let's see what this is about. What's going on here? Am I still going? What's happening? Why am I getting these? What in the fuck is going on here? Wow, my internet is fucking up all over the place here today. I don't understand what's going on. I'm going to refresh that page and see. Oh my God. No, it said welcome.
Oh my God.
Welcome. Wait, I don't need
driving me
that.
crazy.
What happened here? Hold on a second. Now my Twitter is like fucked. I'm not following anybody. I don't have any. What is going on?
Did they shut you down?
No. It's just like all of the things that I've been following are like gone. Like there's nothing in my feed.
I
Oh,
don't
God.
have one, so I don't know how it works.
Yeah, it's really weird. I wonder if it did that on my phone. I don't, here's my phone. Let's see what happens on here. This is ridiculous. Let me look real quick. No, it looks like I got everything I should have normally on my phone. So I don't know why they did that.
That's weird, huh?
It is really weird. Because everything else is going on here. So I should be able to go into here, go up and go to here. And what in the world? No, everything's gone off of here. Wait a fucking minute here. Oh my God. Let's pull
It
this up.
seems like it would be the same on both.
It should be, but now it's on the computer. It's showing that I don't follow anybody or nothing, man. I don't have any retweets. Nothing. And that's not possible. Because I do, here's a bunch of, why do I have notifications if I'm not following anybody? So that doesn't make any sense at all. I don't know why they would do that. Because on my phone, it's doing right. Let's go back here to the top. Yeah, welcome to your timeline. Let's go. They just obliterated everything from my fucking timeline. I don't get it.
What'd you say?
Yeah, right? So if I go
what kind
over
of
here,
free speech were you using?
right? That's fucking crazy. So I don't know what the fuck happened on there. That's really nuts. Let me just see something. Is this still there? Nope. Don't have nothing in my bookmarks. Don't have nothing at all anywhere. They just wiped out everything that I had. So this is really crazy. There. Entire history on here has been wiped, as well as everyone I was following.
I wonder what they would do. The elites would do if everybody this next year just left their cell phones at home and went and did things like they did back in the old days, and then came home, and if they had any calls, they returned them. Kind of put a little.
Now, see this right here. I'm looking at this guy's account right here. It says I'm following him, right, from my notifications.
Mm-hmm.
And this guy here. Let's see. I got any other ones? This is fucking crazy, man. Mac, I don't like. Yeah, well, you can go ahead and I'll follow him. Well, that's fucking crazy. I don't understand that shit at all. Wonder, I'm using the US, right? That's fucking nuts. Brian just messaged me. What is this? What's this from? Brian, what is this that you just sent me? It looks like some kind of a thing. It's like some kind of I don't know what he's doing. Oh, wait, I got it. All right. Sent this, Brian. That happens to me too, dude. Like an hour ago when I went to Twitter. It's a glitch. Okay. Having the same problem with videos I just watched, not showing in my history. Okay. Showed me blank white page with the blue buttons basically welcoming me to the site. Yeah, that's what I got too. That's what I got too. I wonder if there's some kind of a cyber attack. It's like that movie. That's how it started on that movie. We're gonna have problems, y'all.
Well, the thing is your phone is different from your computer service. So maybe the your service provider with your computer is updating or something like that, and it's not coming through.
I'll show you
And
something.
that's why your phone is different, because you have a different service provider for your phone, right?
Yeah.
And your internet.
We're all gonna die. Fuck yeah.
So yeah, that could be the reason for the difference.
So check this out here. This is something people don't, and I love how they try to roll this in on you. Okay. This formula for Archimedes' principle, right? It says down here in the P is the fluid density, right? G, acceleration due to gravity. Well, how do you know it's due to gravity? Couldn't that G just as easily be an A?
Right.
For acceleration? You don't know what the acceleration is due to. They just slip that in there. See? So they can say, look, without gravity, you don't have Archimedes' principle. Well, it's just because you say it's due to, what if we make that be a U and it's acceleration due to unicorn shit?
Well, look at how it's written, the lettering.
Yeah.
Somebody sees that and they automatically think what? When you see something like that, what do you think immediately?
That's where you're supposed to be looking.
Oh, that must come from a smart person.
Yeah.
I look at it and say, what the fuck is that?
But you see the trick, right? You see the trick.
Yes, I see the trick.
Yeah. And that's what gets you. Now, see, did this to me on my phone too, though. It did this to me on my phone too. Maybe it'll come back. I would hate to have to go all the way back through and redo all this again.
Are they updating it?
I don't know what they're doing. They're a bunch of fucking idiots. These demons, they have no shame. There's no level they won't sink to. Even like this, acceleration due to gravity. What's this due to gravity part on there for? You've never proven that. So why are you treating it like it's a fucking fact? You have acceleration. That's it. Acceleration. They slipped that in there because they're a bunch of little demonic fucktards. I hate them all. I really do.
That's why we didn't do well being in their little indoctrination center.
No, because I question that shit. What do you mean due to gravity? How do you know it's due to gravity?
But see, because of the way they write it, people think that the person that wrote it was smart.
Right? You're getting high on CGI.
Like you see somebody in a suit and tie, you think they're worth a lot of money or have a good job.
Yep.
Right? I think some guys ought to go to Goodwill, get some nice suits, because they do have some in there, and walk around town wearing them and get some nice dress shoes. Walk around town and see how they're treated differently.
You will be. Absolutely.
Hell yeah, you will be.
Yep. You can actually kind of command a level of
well, you please open the door for me.
Yeah,
before you ever get there, though. You wouldn't have to say, will you please get the door for me? Because somebody be there opening it.
Yep. And it's like, you'll actually be able, you can tell people to do something and they'll do it just based on
the doorman.
Yeah. The guy that guy that was trying to stop Buzz Aldrin there. Right?
Right.
Or stop that guy from asking Buzz Aldrin about the moon. He was just a fucking hotel doorman, but he had that uniform, right?
Yep.
People respond to that shit.
Yeah, they do. But see, that's how they can trick so many. A lawyer's supposed to be there to help his client, right? That's what most people believe. that the lawyer's there to help him, and he goes and they hire one. What the F are they doing hiring? They're getting $15 an hour, and this dude's getting $250 to $500 an hour. Excuse me? That seems like robbery to me.
Yeah.
You know, that's no different than when the mob was out there going, okay, we'll give you a loan, right? And give you $100. And then you have to pay $50,000 back on that $100. You know, that's robbery. It's crazy. Usury. And people will do it day in and day out. There's no equality or reasoning for that kind of bullshit.
No. See, this is weird. This is like, I go on other people's fucking pages and they don't have nothing either. What's going on? Is something fucked up with Twitter completely? Anybody else out there got X? Check it out and see if they're having a problem.
I'm going to say that they're just doing some type of an update on their system, and you'll get it back. I've gone through that with the other program I'm on.
Man, they pissed off that detestable little rodent down at Disneyland is what happened. And he commands a lot more fucking power than people realize, man. You know? Oh, yeah, this is a good page, too. Yeah, I like that. Let me look in the old folder and see what we find in there real quick. ... Oh, my God. Yeah, we got asteroid shit going on. Here's old drunken Buzz.
Buzz Aldrin admits.
I love old drunk Buzz. Buzzed Aldrin. He's my friend. Right? Let me bring that up. Poop, poop, poop.
Buzz Aldrin admits the moon landing was fake.
What was the scariest moment of the journey?
Scariest. It didn't happen. It could have been scary. Right.
Why has nobody been to the moon in such a long time?
That's not an 8-year-old's question. That's my question. I want to know, but I think I know. Because we didn't go there, and that's the way it happened. And if it didn't happen, it's nice to know why it didn't happen. So in the future, if we want to keep doing something, we need to know why something.
Fascinating. I remember very clearly, I think anybody who was alive at the time does. I remember my parents waking me up and we went down and we watched you guys land on the moon,
No,
which
you
was.
didn't. No, you didn't.
What?
Because there wasn't any television. There wasn't anybody taking pictures. You watched animation. So you associated what you saw with.
I have very hazy memories.
No.
Well, no, what we saw was we all gathered around the old cooktop radio and
You were
listened.
talking about, how many feet were going to the left and right, and then I said, contact light, engine stop.
It was
And a few other
exciting.
things, and then Neil said, Houston, Tranquility Base, the Eagle has landed.
That's just
Man, how about that?
That was very exciting.
Not a bad line.
Yeah.
Not a bad line.
So were you self-conscious about all the entire.
Well, I tried to talk to my family whenever that little girl was asking questions. And guess what they repeated back to me?
God.
That's not a little child's question.
Huh.
They were on Buzz's side because that wasn't, somebody must have put that little girl up to ask them. That's not beside the point. They didn't get that. They didn't even hear the answer. All they heard was, well, that wasn't a child's question.
Yeah.
I'm like, where is your brains? I just dropped the subject because I knew that would start a fight in my house.
This is what I love this guy. This guy's fucking hilarious.
The sun may be older.
This old guy, he's funny as shit. Because this is exactly how I look at this, man.
The sun may be older than the earth, but the water we drink on earth is older than the sun.
Here's another example of shit that they have no idea. No idea. But they call it facts. I believed this shit for 49 years. And I can't even begin to fathom how. With the way my brain works, how I ever thought that they could possibly know that water is older than the sun, which is older than the earth. How can they possibly fucking know that? I mean, just use a little common sense, just a little bit, and say the earth had to be here before water, because water couldn't exist on earth if earth wasn't here. Then that leads me to the question, how did the water get here? Just magically float through this space and go through our atmosphere and land on earth? Come on, guys. Last question. I got one more question. How the fuck can you measure how old the sun is? I mean, really. Stop assuming this stuff, man. Start using this little fucking thing you got called a brain.
Yep, exactly. And that's the problem we have. That is the biggest problem that we have with these people.
Yeah.
I wonder what the fuck is going on with that. That's got me perplexed.
They're saying in the chat that it's down all over.
Is it? It's doing
Not
that
just
everywhere.
you.
Yeah, well, yeah. Brian was just saying his was fucked up, and these other ones and shit. That's kind of big, really. You know.
Well,
Because
see,
that's
normally they do updates and things like that late at night when
Well,
most people are sleeping.
right. That's why I'm saying this is kind of big. This is it's a big service that they're using. You know, I mean, you've got people on there that are using that for. That's how they're making money, is by using Twitter, and you know, there's a lot of advertisement being lost at this point in time because of that too. So, you know, they usually take precautions.
Well,
when
it's
they
10:26 here. What time is it on your time?
126.
Okay, so what do you think? Most people are sleeping. They're not on their phones.
Maybe, but usually you don't see an interruption like that. Pretty crazy. Maybe the Twitter server got bombed or something. Nick Bolt took over the cockpit of the airplane he was flying here in and slammed it into Google headquarters or some shit. It sounds like something he would do because he's a rat bastard. You know, usually I don't want to be like that, but when I got people like him, I got somebody like Sean, you know, I'm not going to be nice to those fucking people. Why would I? You know, bunch of dumbasses.
He got what's coming to him.
What?
I said he'll get what's coming to him. They all do eventually.
Yeah, and
Karma
you look,
ain't picky. If you dish out bad, you're going to get bad in return. If you dish out good, you'll get good in return. You reap what you sow.
Yep. Is this here's the
And proponent of it.
this is one of our friends that we like. Professor, not a Professor Dave. This guy, he's another of these condescending asshats. And when you start looking into his background, it's like, dude, you ain't got no fucking horn to toot. Shut up.
Intelligent Design James Tour wasn't a fan. You know that I have not been a proponent of intelligent design and proponent of intelligent design James Tour.
No.
I just thought it'd be fun. Professor Dave is just a little name. You know, I don't have a PhD in chemistry or anything, but I, did work in, I
Just want to point out this guy here. I haven't seen him around in a while. This Aaron Ra. Well, that's about a demonic possessed looking motherfucker. Even just the way he even talks, he's pretty bad, man.
took courses with laboratory components.
as an undergrad, and then I did most of a master's in synthetic organic chemistry. But I didn't really last long. I dropped out in my second semester. I wanted to move up to San Francisco and play music, and I moved down to Los Angeles again for music opportunities. And but I eventually got this teaching job for organic chemistry at this little trade university. It was a pretty lucky break because with a bachelor's degree, I was only supposed to teach the laboratory portion. But on the first day, the lecture instructor had this freak out. He just took off. And so my boss came up to me and he said, look, you got to go teach the lecture. You're coming here. They offered me the job permanently, but contingent on me getting a master's at the same time. So I went over to Cal State Northridge to give a second shot at a master's degree in chemistry, and found that I really hate it. I really do not enjoy doing chemistry, but through a bunch of bureaucracy, quite frankly, I lost that job. So I had to withdraw yet again from the master's program. A lot of you ask very incredulously, are you a real professor? I sit literally in this room like 60 to 70 hours a week, and I chose the name really without much thought. It was kind of tongue-in-cheek, to be honest. I just thought it'd be fun to have like a little persona. You know, Professor Dave, it's just a little name. They offered me the job through a bunch of bureaucracy. I lost that job. I chose the name. It was kind of tongue-in-cheek, to be honest. So, and even at that time, I had no interest in being a chemist. I do not enjoy doing chemistry, so I really hate it. Professor Dave, it's just a little name.
What do you think of that guy?
No,
That's
I didn't really. He didn't say absolutely anything. He just had a lot of words come out of his mouth, but really didn't say nothing.
that's usually how he is. That's usually how he is.
I
And
didn't get a damn thing out of it. I'm a pretty good listener.
you know, it's just some of these little basic shit like rockets in space, that kind of thing that we, you know, it doesn't exist. You know, you can't have it. This is a pretty cool demonstration of a how a rocket would work in a vacuum. You have to be thrusting against something.
Well, they're going to defend the space just like they do their religions.
Watch this thing because they even show it in slow motion. They light a piece of flash paper inside the chamber of this syringe. It's hanging from a string. And they use a laser and light that thing. It's inside of a vacuum chamber. And they light the flash paper with the laser. These gases are expelled out the little nozzle of the syringe. And you'll see that this doesn't even start to move till well after the gases and fumes hit this glass barrier right here. Then and only then does this thing move in another direction. And of course, by those gases coming about inside that vacuum is becoming a greater pressure inside, albeit not by much, but enough to, you'll see, watch.
What's for reality in space? Well, rockets don't work in a vacuum. Hate to break it to you. Here's a practical reference highlighting that fact. We've got a rocket in a vacuum chamber. We're going to see it expel its gas here and there as it attempts to move and prove rockets can fly in a vacuum. The problem is, as we can see from the footage or a gunner, this rocket doesn't move whatsoever until the gas is being expelled by it start pushing off the walls of the vacuum chamber. There's no walls in space, fantasists.
That's right.
Which means your fantasy world of rockets flying through a vacuum is just that, a fantasy. It doesn't move until the gases start pushing off the side wall of the vacuum chamber. There's no walls in space. Therefore, rockets have nothing to push off. Nothing. And as a result, rockets don't go in a vacuum. It's a practical reference that can be tested and verified by all. It's a great representation and visual here for fantasists to look at and see that this doesn't move until the gases start to push off the walls of the vacuum chamber. And of course, as I've already stated, there are no walls in so-called outer space.
Huh. What's happening, Dr. Alki? Dr. Eight.
Ake. No, listen. It's my pseudonym. My name is actually Tony Drake.
Okay. Oh, I see. Dr. Drake. Gotcha.
Yeah.
All right, Drake.
Hey, do you want to hear a little story to change this from this fucking bullshit about vacuum? There is no such thing as a natural vacuum in God's universe.
That's right.
Anyway,
that's absolutely right.
Hey, one of my great grandfathers was called Sir Francis Drake.
Okay, I've heard that name before.
Yeah, he was the first Englishman to circumnavigate the globe.
Oh no, not the globe, not the globe. Here's this to show this is what you're saying. There it is, right there. Pressurized gas requires containment. A vacuum chamber requires containment. There's no such thing as Drake mentioned. There's no such thing as a vacuum in God's universe. Not naturally. You have to create one, and even then you haven't created one. You've only created a very, very low pressure. Right? So, no rockets in space, dude. No space.
Well, it's like light. Is the light the flashlight that you hold in your hand? Is it the bulb? Or is it the brightness that comes from it? Right?
Right.
It's not a physical thing. That part isn't physical. The bulb is.
Right.
A flashlight itself that contains the batteries is, or your car. So light is actually nothing.
It's energy.
You can't touch it. Right. It's just brightness.
Well, that's when they come to this stupid shit about bending light bending because of space-time gravity bullshit. And I'm like, wait a second. Light isn't an object. It's not like some kind of a, how much does a photon weigh? Right?
Right.
What is the mass of light? I mean,
well,
come
I think
on.
the sun and the moon are just luminaries. They're just light. They're not a physical thing.
Yeah, I've wondered that myself. What we see, because we all see different shit. Too.
Because every light I know of that's been created, other than fire, fire is not physical either, unless you want to get burned. But you know what I mean.
Right.
But all light is not tangible. You can't reach out and grasp it in your hands.
No, and that's what I'm saying. It's like it's not an object. It's not a physical object that you can grab a hold of or weigh it or anything like that. It's like, how much does light weigh? We don't measure light that way. We measure light in lumens, or which are units of brightness that have been determined, so we can quantify such a thing. So yeah.
People just gotta use their brain. The sun, the moon, and the stars work basically the same damn way.
Yep. Yep.
They aren't tangible.
But you can tell when they're getting knocked back on their heels, and they definitely are, and that's why I confidently say there will be a tipping point with this this year, 2024. And you can really see that they're speeding up their propaganda. They're really throwing their propaganda out there hard, man. We just throwing up rocket after rocket and saying they're doing this and going to go send a probe to some fucking asteroid and all this other nonsense, really trying to keep people enamored into the shit as more and more people realize how fake this crap is, you know, and they're not going to be able to hold it together much longer, you know, and I think they already know that they're not going to need to.
Right.
Because like I've said, I've had this feeling like something's coming, something's on the way, you know, like waiting for the other shoe to drop type of thing. And I don't know. I can't shake it. I can't shake it. I ain't supposed to shake it. But something tells me everything's going to be okay. You know?
Yeah, I had that feeling before everybody put their muzzle on.
Yeah. Yeah. That
Well,
was
not
like
everybody, but a good majority put their muzzles on.
Well, and we definitely saw a ramp up in the agenda for shit.
Well, yeah, I mean, it goes
You
right
know?
back to 9/11. It's like that's whenever they decided to really start pushing all the executive orders. Just bam, bam, bam after another. Oh, and you can't you have to sign this before you read it.
Yeah.
That yes. Remember when that took place? You can't read it until you sign it. We don't have time for you to read it.
We have to pass it before we can
Thousands
read
and
it.
thousands of pages, but you couldn't read it.
And
Just
that was
sign it.
fine. That was fine with people. That was perfectly fine with people, right?
Yeah, I thought that was nuts. That's when I really saw things changing and gonna get really ugly and dirty right about then. You know, as far as politically, but as far as some of this other stuff, yeah, I've always just noticed most of it's bullshit.
Oh, this was you know who Vox, some of you may know who Vox Day is. And this was what he said to Nick Volt. I thought this was pretty good. You gotta love old Nick.
Bring me Nick. Let's debate, Nick. Come on, little Nicky Titty baby. You want to debate? Your guys want to talk about how smart you are? You know I'm much smarter than you are. You want to debate, Nick? Everybody says debate, Nick? Fine. Nick, it's Vox. Let's debate. Let's debate the Holocaust.
Yeah, you're gonna lose that debate, Vox, because Nick Volt's kids were killed in the Holocaust. He told us.
Oh my goodness.
Wow, I bet
Nick won't show up.
M-Ball says Smarter Everyday Channel talked to a NASA engineer who worked on Apollo. They took a tour of the Saturn rocket. Did you masturbate while you were watching that? I bet you did. I bet you did. You're probably, oh yeah, show me more rocket space. Gook. Okay, I'm done. Crazy fucking people.
There's no experiment you can do. We could.
I mean, I gotta give him props for being persistent. You know, like I don't know how these guys what they think. Like we've already seen it. Okay, we've already seen the man behind the curtain. You can't cover him up again. Okay, we've already seen it. There's no way you're going to get anybody here to go, oh, you know, M-Ball makes a point. I think, yeah, it's probably a globe. No, because we've already heard all your tired ass shit, man. Come on. Be real.
Well, it's right in their faces.
Well, you'd think it
No
would.
one's problem but their own if they can't see it.
Oh,
You know, I mean, whether it's a conscious, a subconscious, or unconscious choice, they've made their choices, and unless they're willing to, you know, be open-minded and rethink things, they're going to be in sad shape for a good long time. They'll be left behind.
Well,
and I don't mean that in a resurrection sort of way. I mean
right.
that in a learning, growing procession.
This is good old Brian Cox, who I think is just, I think this might be a woman, but anyway.
Look at the decay of a radioactive nucleus or some electricity and magnetism or bounce a ball, have a pendulum, whatever it is. And there's no experiment you can do to tell you whether you're moving or not. Therefore, that concept has no meaning because you can't measure it. And that's led Einstein to relativity.
So, we made the choice to stay ignorant. No, we used to be ignorant, like you. We did. Everybody here that knows the earth is flat used to be ignorant like you.
I think we're all ignorant on one thing or another. Maybe not the same thing, but on one thing or another, we've changed our minds when we found out it was bullshit.
Right. So it's not to figure out something. Like I said, M-Ball, we've already seen the little man behind the curtain. Okay. You can't unsee the little man behind the curtain because now you know always that he's there. And so the wizard is not nearly as impressive as you thought he was before, because you realize that it's just some charlatan behind a curtain pulling levers. Right? So don't listen to the Apollo engineer. How did the Apollo engineer explain getting through the firmament? Before you ask me what firmament, go ahead and tell me how you can have a fluid pressure system without containment. And if you tell me gravity, then I'm going to ask you to show me a gas with a downward acceleration of 9.8 meters per second. Okay? So stop. Squared. Not hard, man.
So that's the basis of general relativity, which is our best theory of the universe.
What? Yeah.
There's no experiment you can do. We could look at the decay of a radioactive nucleus or some electricity and magnetism or bounce a ball, have a pendulum, whatever it is. And there's no experiment you can do to tell you whether you're moving or not. Therefore, that concept has no meaning because you can't measure it. And that's led Einstein to relativity. Wow. So that's the basis of general relativity, which is our best theory of the universe.
That's their best theory of the universe because there's no way to tell, so we're just going to make some fucking shit up. Basically what he was saying, right? Yeah, that's cool. You can build a rocket. Great. They build a fucking rocket that goes up. It's 11th century Chinese technology, M-Ball. Okay? They've been doing this for hundreds of years. Go watch fireworks on the 4th of July. There you go, bud. It's not, it is rocket science.
Well, I can tell you whenever they're building new military aircraft, not one person that's working on the project knows what another delegated project is going on with it. They don't all know necessarily know all the components, how they work, or anything. They all work on very different parts of the project. And everything in between is a need-to-know basis. That tells you that I don't care who you talk to, you're talking to one person that did one thing on a particular project, didn't go through and know everything. The only people that know everything are the ones that created it.
It's exactly right. Compartmentalization. That is the exact way that they supposedly kept the Manhattan Project top secret. no one person knew the whole story or the whole picture. You see, all this guy knows is I have a government contract and I'm to produce this item that has these specifications as per this detail blueprint. You see,
Also, they carry briefcases, and inside of them, if somebody puts in the wrong combination, it self-destructs, burns everything up on the inside.
so it's not hard to keep something like that under wraps. So all those people, those technicians that are sitting there in front of monitors, they've been practicing this for months using a simulation. And the only difference when they do the real launch, supposedly, is that they just say, oh, this is not a simulation. They never go to space. They never really see anything go to space. They just see a computer screen. And then they all stand up and clap. Okay? So that doesn't tell me anything. My uncle worked at NASA. Big fucking deal.
Doesn't matter what government agency or corporation you work for.
Right.
You know, the mailman, the mail person that goes around and collects the mail doesn't know what's going on in the executive offices.
And my dad worked at General Motors, right? He was a tool and die maker. But he had no idea what the fucking people in the boardroom were planning or what the next car was going to be that came out that he was going to have to build a die for until he got the blueprints for that die. And even then, he only knew what that part was going to look like.
Yeah.
You see? This is where these people get. And look at here, I'm bald. Ignorance abounds. Is there anything that I've just said about that that's untrue? You know, the only people that have to be in on it are the people at the top and the fucking actor knots.
Right, the actor knots.
Okay.
I was trying to remember that the other day. I couldn't remember. I was going to tell one of my kids about that, the actor knots.
Yeah, I mean, come on, y'all. This is it shouldn't be that hard for you. Oh, good. Look at everything is back. Everything is back. There's somebody, Owen Benjamin. One of the first tweets I see is from Owen Benjamin saying, "Am I suspended?" Wow.
Yeah, everybody was probably wondering that for a minute.
Yeah, somebody replied, said glitching for everyone. Whole site or just mine? It was a whole site. 'Twas but a scratch. Let's see, explain the current Twitter outage in detail. Well, it seems like Twitter experienced a significant outage on December 20th, 2023. Users reported a variety of issues, including problems with the timeline, inability to post tweets, and issues with the mobile app. The outage appears to have been caused by a change in the back-end server architecture. That sounds pretty fucking
Well, that's what I was saying. They were updating their system. They were changing things. I know this because of someone that's been on IMVU. Whenever they make changes, they'll give us they will give us sometimes so much time notice that there's going to be work or things are going to be down for an hour or whatever while they're updating.
Wow.
But like I said, most of the time it happens depending on where you live because of time zones, and they do it like late at night, so it's less likely to hamper businesses and stuff like that during the day. That's why I asked you what time it was in your neck of the woods.
Where'd Drake roll at? Yeah, they said it wasn't supposed to interrupt, but it didn't go as planned and something fucked up and interrupted it. That's not the first time it's happened. Everything's fine. It's not the Russians attacking. Wink, wink. Wink, wink.
China had nothing to do with it.
No, everybody be cool. That's everybody. Act
See,
like.
that's what really blows my mind. All these nitwits that think China and Russia and this place and that place is doing this and that. You're talking about fictions. They don't do shit. The people do.
You don't have no idea that shit's even
When
real.
people realize that this is all a bunch of people bullshit, you know,
Right.
they're participating in the bullshit, you know.
So this looked like it might be kind of interesting. Let's see what this is about.
Life is apt likened to a large ship sailing on a vast ocean. There are no shores in sight, no sails, no paddles.
Hold on a second. Brian S. Stavely, I'm not going to have you come here and blaspheme our Lord and Savior Jesus Trump. Amen. And a woman.
Rudders, captain, or steering wheel.
Oh, you son of a biscuit eater.
Ship is home to everyone, but not a single person on board knows who built the ship, where it came from, or where it's going. Nobody even knows how they got on board in the first place. Everyone simply shares the same story of waking up one day, and here they were. As you can imagine, such a mysterious situation as this human condition is quite heavy, confusing, and difficult to deal with. Observing and living with the fact that, deep down and in utter honesty, yourself and everyone else on board know nothing, is a truth that very few ever grasp or accept. A tiny minority in the back of the boat understand and fully embrace this reality, but the vast majority up front pile hope upon hope that someday, some way, someone will or has already appeared on board who does know something. Some say they have seen him. Some say they are him. Some say he came to the boat once, but died long ago. Some claim they know for certain who built the boat. Some claim the boat builder even wrote them a book. Others claim to know where the boat departed from, and others claim to know where it's going. Excited evangelists, frenzied philosophers, and missionaries on a mission fill the front of the boat, along with a large crowd of starry-eyed supporters, cocksure and righteously indignant, virtue signaling and chest-puffing, always making a noisy commotion, and sometimes coming to blows with and killing one another. The few who keep to themselves in the back of the boat, the true skeptics, the radical agnostics, those who purposely refrain from all beliefs and retain the eyes of a child, are, ironically, the only ones who will still be open-minded enough to recognize the truth if and when it is revealed. Those who think they already know the truth, or follow one who does, are like the naked emperor and his subjects, acting as if this odd, confusing, mysterious circumstance is no more unusual than the sun's rise each morning. Only those who maintain the ability to see life with a fresh pair of eyes would even notice the emperor was wearing no clothes. The majority are too busy believing or pretending to know something that nobody does. So there is wisdom in waiting. Waiting for the afterlife before deciding about death. Waiting to meet your maker before describing him. The most cited quote by the most celebrated philosopher in history, Socrates, says essentially this. In many ways he would say the same thing, that the only true wisdom is to know that you know nothing. The most honest declaration of limitation. All I know is that I know nothing. It is truly ironic that the most resonant quote by one of the smartest men in history is simply reminding us that even the most intelligent geniuses really don't know anything. We are all in this same boat together. Nobody knows who built it or why, where it started or where it's going. But accepting this foundationless foundation is all we have here in the open ocean. Until we actually see land, the only sane philosophy is to wait. Every prophet is a sophist. Every religion is a foregone conclusion. Those of us in the back of the boat are content with our current ambiguity and willing to wait for solid ground before making missteps. Far from impotent or ignorant, The agnostic is ironically the most ready to receive true gnosis. As the philosopher Arthur Schopenhauer stated, he who truly thinks for himself is like a monarch, in that he recognizes no one over him. His judgments, like the decisions of a monarch, arise directly from his own absolute power. He no more
Exactly.
accepts authorities than a monarch does orders, and he acknowledges the validity of nothing he has not himself confirmed.
Exactly.
Yep.
And when you act like it, I tell you, you get respect. When you act
Life
like
is apt
you're your own boss, you will get
Yeah.
respect by people in very high places. But if you notice, there was always somebody in the middle. You know, every time they was showing a group of people, there was one right in the middle with a bunch facing that
Yep.
one person, like you know, people going from this person to this person, or this church to that church, or whatever. You know, this school to that. Always looking to other people. Always have to have it written in a book. Always need proof, you know, whether it exists or not. And just because it's in paper and ink doesn't mean it was proof. There's lots of fiction written out there.
Yep. Yep.
So
Yeah.
you
I mean,
gotta know it inside.
I've seen it written in this book, and this is the thing that came to me. So it removed all doubt for me when there was often is the Bible actually God's word? Okay. And of course, God's word can't be changed, and we see that this thing is supernaturally changing. So that helped me figure out that no, that indeed is not God's word.
Well,
Okay,
I never
because
believed.
it's straight right. And the thing is, I've always said anyway, though. I mean, here's a collection of books that were handpicked by this Council of Nicaea, and then finally given the final okay and approval by a Roman dictator, Constantine. And there it is, and it's like, wait a second, what
But
was
the
your
thing is,
reasoning behind not including this? Why did they take Enoch out? Why was that taken out? Why were other books removed? What gave?
that book has recently been revealed, and I question the validity of it, because I question the validity of the Bible, because I know that those were not original scripts from someone.
Right.
Those
So
were scripts that were gathered from other kingdoms, nations, you name it. And then they were translated into English and commissioned by a king. That's why I went looking, because there are certain things that I just couldn't get through my head that sounded so foolish and so crazy. And I just couldn't believe that, the pastors of our churches and shit couldn't answer the questions. My teacher, even my Bible teacher, nobody could answer my questions. And it always, it's like, you want your kid to go play or something, so you're shushing them away from you. I mean, they would never answer my questions. That made me even more curious why they wouldn't answer my questions. That's why I went on the quest that I did. I was kicked out of church at 16. Because of some false allegations made by the pastor, claiming because I wasn't living at home, I must be out gallivanting with the boys. At that time, at 16, I didn't even know what gallivanting with the boys was. I didn't even know what it meant when he said it. But you know what? I didn't care.
When you found out, you couldn't get enough gallivanting, could you? You just wanted to gallivant all the time. I love gallivanting myself.
Yeah, I did. I enjoyed going out and hanging out with everybody.
I'm known as kind of a gallivanter, around
But
these parts.
the thing was that, I didn't stop. I didn't stop searching for my answers, and I did believe in all that horse shit, and I'm going to call it what I feel it is, because it does not. It is not like, some divine being. It's no different than the king, but it was me learning that all these kings used to be God kings and kings of kings and stuff like that. So, that was when I was like, oh, now I get it. Now we know why this section was originally written in Hebrew. This section was originally written in Greek or Latin or wherever, but they were pulling it from different nations and what have you. And then they create these God symbol, and that's how they were able to trick everybody. Bring them into the churches, guide them with the good shepherd, and right into their own demise. You lead the sheep to slaughter, and that's what they've done. And it's sad because that's not how it is supposed to be.
No.
I know it. You know it. Everybody, I think, knows it in their heart.
This guy here said he got cheated out of his game. Who you don't know nothing about sports, do you? Some of the people out here might. Colby Covington.
I played soccer.
Well, who's Colby Covington? Do you know who this guy is?
I don't know. Probably a football.
Anybody out there know who Colby Covington is?
Basketball.
Maybe I don't know. Maybe we can figure it out from watching this. He said
a UFC fighter.
Okay, he said he was cheated out of a win last Saturday because he supports Trump. Oh, let's see what they say about this.
Here comes the peer pressure.
They're really trying to make it appear as though there is a lot of opposition to Donald Trump.
Well, in Colorado, I heard they took Trump off the thing for voting.
Yeah, I bet you he'll get wrote in.
I mean, but you know what? How do you get everybody that's turning against you to go with what you want? You trick them into thinking that you don't want to vote for this guy. He's bad. He's bad. Don't vote for this one, right?
Right.
I'm just saying. I mean, it's this reverse psychology shit, right?
Yeah, I don't know, man.
About that.
They're really trying to make it appear like, they're going to bring this guy on as, he's going to be this big conquering fucking hero, welcomed into the city and all this shit. You watch what happens. I guarantee.
Well, they just want everybody to think they don't want him back in.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They're really making it appear that way.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, with the overwhelming popular support that he has, these people still can't be serious and thinking, oh, I'll be popular with people if I go against Trump, especially companies or sporting events or whatever else like that, I mean, hell, they broke out at the Navy, Army Navy game that they had. The stands broke out in a "fuck Joe Biden" chant. I mean, not cool. Anyway, this is let's see what this
I mean, they're dragging politics into everything,
Oh, yeah.
You can't turn around without it being brought up into something.
And of course, this is the cheerleader team for Trump at Fox News, right?
Yeah.
Aren't they kind of for him?
Aren't any better than CNN in my book.
Well, neither one of them are any fucking good. They're both just telling. They're just saying what each side of their fucking audience wants to hear,
Right.
But you can just look at the viewership numbers and see what the majority of people are watching, and that would kind of guide where I would go with any kind of decisions if I was going to bring politics into it. But I don't know why that should have anything to do with it. This whole cancel culture thing's getting out of hand.
Someone who knows how to fight in an unfair fight, UFC fighter Colby Covington. This weekend in the octagon, he said his support for Trump actually cost him the title.
I thought I had to win. I thought I did enough, but, the judges have never favored me. They hate me because I support Trump, and, everybody hates Trump in this building. So, it is what it is. Life goes on.
Colby Covington joins us now. What's up, Colby? How you doing?
What's up, Jesse? Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, America. God bless you all.
God bless you, too. So I'm looking at the total strikes here. You got more total strikes, same amount to the head. You were in control much
5
longer
minutes
than he
more
was.
control time.
I mean, I didn't see the fight, and I'm sorry, but
Plus,
couldn't
he's
make
white.
it.
That's not.
But I mean, it looks like you won on paper. Do you think now that you're a Trump supporter outwardly, this cost you fights?
I do believe that. I think they stacked the deck against us because they don't want we, the people, to have control of this country again. And that's what Trump stands for. He stands for democracy. He stands for freedom. So they're going to do everything they can to keep us down, from shadow banning us online, even if we're saying the truth. They're not going to let us, they're going to make us censored, not let the people see that. If it's in a judging position in a fight or any type of athletic sporting event, they're going to stack the deck against us. So it's a sad time in our country, but, we the people, we need to rise up, and we can't let this keep us down.
Well, ain't that a shame? So I
Someone
don't
who
think
knows
any
how to
of them
fight
are
in
really
another-
worth a flying rat's ass, to tell you the truth. This is, they're all just a bunch of flashy salesmen.
Right.
That's all
Yes.
you're going to ever get out of these fucking guys.
Exactly.
Same old, same old. It's just new boss, same as the old boss, man, every fucking
And do
time.
you see, what does Trump, or what if he, says he supports him or doesn't support him, what does that have anything to do with getting in that ring and fighting? Absolutely nothing. If you needed Trump in the ring, you wouldn't get in the ring. I've never seen any, in all my life, never seen any boxer say, hey, I'm scared of this big boy that's going to be in the ring tonight. I need you to come in with me. Never once.
I don't know.
In the history of boxing. Or you can't box him,
Right.
Because of what you think or believe. Bullshit.
Right. It's ridiculous.
Your fist in someone's face has nothing to do with politics.
Well, even look at how that idiot was with, said, oh, you're going to deny that my kids were killed in the Holocaust? I'll beat your ass. What, man, are you talking about?
Oh my gosh.
This guy.
That was
wow.
crazy. That was totally crazy. I'll tell you.
Watch this bizarre shit. What? Those things look solid as shit too, don't they?
Look at all the haze in the air. That's what it is.
It's what?
Do you see all the haze? It's all hazy. Otherwise, they couldn't do that. That's holograms. But yeah, they can look very real. But you got to have that smoky stuff in the air.
Well, I showed that. Don't I have that video on here where they were showing the?
Or they will glitch.
They used a projector to show Star Wars through some mist.
Yes.
Real faint little thing of mist that was coming up out of this humidifier. And, it looked like a holographic image of the shit floating in the air. I was like, that's fucking cool, man.
It is cool.
So they're gonna end up doing this shit. Maybe they're doing it now. Who knows? Maybe that's what all part of that chemtrail thing. They get us used to that, and then they get us gradually like a frog in water boiling. Get us more and more mystified with this fucking shit, and then they can run their game. See, I don't know. It's pretty hard to. Now this kid,
I guess maybe because I can create illusions, that I can comprehend what they're doing and what's going on, and I think the technology in and of itself is fascinating. To be able to do that, to project something through just mist, through thin air, basically, and see solid type objects. But I get that that's just a fantasy, that it's just, an illusion. But there are some people that, For some reason, their brain doesn't click on to the illusion of it all. But it is fascinating technology. Just don't go believe in everything you see.
Oh God, this is gonna blow your mind. You're gonna love this. Watch this.
Would like for you to meet Phoenix.
Hi.
Hello, Phoenix.
How are you?
I'm fantastic. How are you?
I'm excited. My hands are very clammy right now.
Hey, same. We already have so much in common.
I'm sort of an awkward person, but I was like, oh, he seems real receptive to that. So that's good. I'm a former nanny.
Mhm.
I write poetry, and sometimes I make anal porn.
Oh my gosh.
What kind of a nanny? Sure, great. I
I'm
respect
very
that.
nurturing.
I need some nurturing. So that would like for you to meet.
Sometimes they do anal porn. And he's like, "Oh, what kind of nanny?"
Well, oh my goodness. I wonder if that was like improv or if that was a pre-scripted plan.
I don't know. It's from some game show called Game Changer. I don't watch TV, so I don't know. Maybe that's funny. I've seen that kind of bizarre shit happen before.
Well, you'll get funny answers from people whenever they're least expecting it, a certain type of question.
God. What I see, there was on Family Feud. It was what would you do if you were out with a beautiful date and they told you that they were a flat earther or that the earth was flat?
Oh yeah, I seen that.
Yeah, and the number one answer was agree with them. Ha! I was like, no shit. Wow. Yeah, man. See, that's what I'm saying. And that was been out. Oh no, that's terrible. The poor little squirrel. This is terrible. I don't know if I can watch this. It's made my nuts hurt. There's a squirrel. Watch this shit. He's got his nuts stuck in the crack of the wood. Look. And I'm not talking about the nuts he ate. His literal nuts are stuck in the crack of that fence. How do you get him free?
Sad.
How would you get that little bugger free? You'd have to try.
Yeah.
How the hell do you get his nuts caught in there? It's fucking stupid.
Probably because the fence is too close together.
What was he dragging his nuts through the crack for? See, he was trying to get through.
He looked like he was climbing the fence and climbing over the fence, And if you have little danglies, they're going to get caught up sometimes, I think. Probably doesn't happen often, but it's a possibility.
I'm going to grab this thing. I got to send this to the wife. This is cute. It says, become ungovernable. Little baby hippo. Become ungovernable. God damn, I can't even talk tonight. Jesus. Well, I think I'm going to get off of here. It's getting late. So what the hell? I guess
it's been a great night.
We broke Nick. Why did we used him all up in one shot and he won't come back now? Really have to stalk him down now and try to find his ass. Hippos should lead the revolution. Absolutely. That's my wife loves hippos. She collects things that are hippos, and that's why her screen name is Naughty Hippo 88. And so I'm gonna send her that little clip. I thought that was cute. Anyway, Nick is over. Well, all you'd have to do is just humble yourself up enough to fucking, realize you was being a twit. You know, a weirdo. M-Ball left too? Jesus Christ. Bars closed, last call. Right on. Listen, we've had some it's an old squirrel, see. Oh, no comment. All right. So anyway, you got anything you want to leave everybody
Just
with
have
here
a
tonight?
good night, good holiday. Have fun with family, friends.
Yep.
Get back to, like turn your phone off for the day, at least for Christmas Day. If you can't do
Yeah.
it any other day, at least just turn it off one day, you know. I think I agree with Terry, what he said when he was on earlier. He just took a break from it all. And I
Yeah.
think if we all need to do that, get back to just real life. I mean, not just I like to come on here in the evenings. It's a good place to chill, but
Yeah. That's I start missing you guys.
more time with family.
I start missing you guys.
Yeah. Yes. Well, see, because I think like in this setting, not with all the fancy upgraded backgrounds and this and that, we don't necessarily need all that jazz. It doesn't have to look professional. We are just regular, everyday people. And I think that's what draws such good people together. We're not looking for all that frilly bullshit. We just want realistic stuff.
Yep.
Because there's a lot of good people here in this chat and with you and others we've met.
Daniel, I know, man. What is Christmas? Not doing it this year. And I'm like, yeah, I know. I haven't really given a shit. And here we are. It's the 21st. Winter solstice. Happy winter solstice, everyone. The sun will
we
now.
don't do like traditional Christmas anymore. We focus more like they have fun, spending time together, like they rent the library so that it's open to the public, and then they just go there and play games and stuff. This year it's elf stuff. I think last year was reindeer was the theme. So, you had to play reindeer games and things. They come up with some crazy shit. But what it does is it just allows that socialization together as, family and whatnot. So it's not about going out buying presents and supporting everybody else's pockets while you go broke. It's not the greedy aspect.
Fuck that shit, man. Nobody wants to be doing that.
But just family and friends and have a good time that way.
Go broke in an attempt to show people how much you fucking care. That's like in an attempt to show you that you love them. It's like
stab your own self in the foot.
Right. Nobody needs that shit.
But just spending the time and loving each other and having fun is better.
The moon is completely upside down tonight on the solstice. Go look. Oh wow, I have to go out and take a look if I can still see.
Love you. Much love.
All right.
We'll catch you later.
All right, babe. Thanks for coming up, Dreamy. And Drake, wherever you are, thank you for coming up for the brief time you were here. And like I always say, Lord loves the working man. Don't trust Whitey. See a doctor and get rid of it. And hey, get out there and take a look at that moon and see what we got going on. If it's upside down, this might be something significant. All right. Good night, everybody.